was your average? What was par for the course?
I don't know. I didn't keep score. There was even a couple times where I skipped the whole hole together.
Okay, so you attempted to golf. Gotcha.
Yeah,
you did something golf adjacent.
There we go.
Well, with my hands not being able to grip the fucking club the right way, and then, my endurance not being what it was. Yeah, so there was times where I had to take a break and just sit one out.
That's fair.
However, when I did start hitting the ball pretty well off the tee, there was one slight problem.
What?
Stare out your back.
Nope. A whole ass badass slice that I have that I've never gotten rid of, apparently, in all my life.
How many times have you done something golf adjacent or actual golf?
I used to work at a country club nearby, and they would allow us to play golf there for free on the weekends.
Oh. Yeah, we used to work there.
So we did. And then, so I've played golf before. Not enough to be like an avid golfer, but to at least know what the fuck I'm doing. And I've never ever been able to hit the fucking ball straight. I can knock the shell of the ball and send it flying. There's always a curve to the right.
Yep, he always cranks that pitch.
Just aim left.
Cranking that
If
boy.
you can't get over plan for it.
I've done that. And you know what happened?
He went
farther right.
The ball went fucking straight and hit somebody.
Shit. Okay.
I don't know if it actually hit him. It was too far to see, but I yelled 4 and they didn't move, and I'm not sure what happened after that.
I mean,
look, that's not your fault.
Technically, you yelled 4, okay? That's like if somebody yells incoming, you get hit. Hey, I yelled incoming, bro. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to tell you.
What was it? Remember whenever we were raking up that bunker and there were freaking 2 people whacked their balls one right after the other, they came right toward us?
Yeah.
One landed right in the bunker next to me.
Look, I will say this. I've worked in the military. I've worked in the fire department. I've worked in a prison. I've never been afraid for my life more than I was on that damn golf course.
That is true.
I learned real quick. You rate them bunkers as fast as you can. Get the fuck out the way.
Yep, that's one thing. God.
Let's see. One of these gotta go. The mini breadstick, the right chip, the square pretzel, the corn checks, the wheat checks, or the circle pretzel. Right chip, gotta go.
You bastard!
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, you bastard.
Which four am I keeping? Teenage Mutant Turtles? Yes.
Solid.
Yes.
Super Friends? No. Jetsons? No. Thundercats? I can do without. DuckTales? Gotta keep.
Yep.
What the Snorks? Oh, fuck no. Not that.
Kind of like an off-brand version of the Smurfs.
Yeah, knockoff version, yeah. Voltron never really watched it. Care Bears didn't watch it.
What?
Rescue.
Oh, man. Rescue Rangers.
I never watched it.
See, that's what makes it hard. Like,
the cartoon version of the Ghostbusters was not nearly as good as the movie.
Hey, 1 and 2 was great.
Yeah,
this one's hard.
That's one of the solid 1-2 combos movies out there.
Okay, my last one's hard. It's either Inspector Gadget, Garfield, or Heathcliff. All the other ones I can do without.
Ooh, that's tough.
You just drop Transformers?
I can do without Transformers. I can.
I went with Garfield and Friends because, like, you get along in life, and for me, it stays relevant because you laughed at Garfield because you thought when you were young Mondays weren't that bad, and then you got old and you realized Mondays are the fucking pain of existence.
So, I mean, yes and no. Depends on what kind of job you have, really. Because my job never started on a Monday.
But see, you just gotta think about it as in.
Yeah. Monday is just a concept. We have a day called Monday. start of any grueling task could also be
Okay, here's the thing. When I was looking at Walmart overnight, the date of my existence wasn't on Monday. It was always, I can't remember if it was a Tuesday or a Wednesday. I think it was Tuesday. It was always a Tuesday.
You're lucky you're a woman. I'm not gonna beat you.
I never failed to get hurt or something bad happened to me on fucking
Touch me.
Tuesdays.
enough.
I mean, it's all about. Well, me, I never had an issue about Mondays because I used to always make it Taco Monday and Taco Tuesday. Felt like if you make something special about your Mondays, then you have something to look forward to.
Yeah, like Moete Mondays. Now, those were good days before diabetes.
But even if even just ignoring the Mondays, I mean, come on. Just the dichotomy between what is it, Garfield and Nermal, the other cat, is just like you. I resonated with that so very hard because my younger brother would always get every single fucking break in the book. My ass had to fucking nose to the grindstone everything.
I mean, I get that idea, but I also get the idea that while Garfield hated Normal, I feel like it was
Plutonic.
no, it wasn't platonic because actually, to be honest with you, there's a lot of instances where Normal tries to help Garfield, but because of his hatred for her or him, I can't remember.
I think it was a girl.
I think it was a guy actually.
Pretty actually,
Yeah, I
I
think-
thought
I don't know.
Actually, you know what? That's what Google's is for. Google it.
So that's what the
Yeah,
internet
that-
is for. Give me just a second.
But
Like, get
either
it.
way, Normal innocently tried to help Garfield on many occasions, which he turned down simply
Talking about
because he didn't like her, him, them.
I don't know.
I mean, that's reciprocated in life, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
Normal is
I
a
don't.
male.
It's not something I condone. Yeah,
Okay, so
don't-
normal is male. Got it.
But see, that's not something you want to teach your child. Like, hey, this person gets it better than I do. I should hate them.
I mean, not always that, but it's more the idea that you also. I like it because I like any show where the main character isn't shown as a perfect person, that they have flaws.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's something that even a kid can look at and be like, Garfield is wrong for that. And it normally bites Garfield in the ass every time he does it, which only seems to feed his urge to want to do it to Normal even worse, and it just never works out.
Going a vicious cycle that doesn't end until you put a stop to it.
Exactly. If you
Yes.
continue to try to do bad shit will happen to you.
I just feel bad for Odie a lot of the times.
Oh, poor Odie.
You know, I'm going to Inspector Gadget. I'm sorry.
Odie's a
Fine.
G.
I mean, Inspector Gadget 1 did have a fire theme song, and 2
Yeah.
also had one of the coolest villains because Dr. Claw was that dude. I wanted to be on
Yes.
Team Dr. Claw back in the day. I was like, I feel like this is a man with a plan right here. I feel like the boss knows what's going on right here. And Mad Cat was hilarious.
He ain't one of those. He ain't one of those bosses that are stupid.
Right? All
He's
one of
just surrounded by stupid people.
Exactly. Exactly. And on top of that, I can understand his frustration. How the fuck somebody like Inspector Gadget beating my masterful plans that I'm putting into action? I know
By
he's dumb as
accident.
shit.
By accident.
How he's fucking up and falling into success constantly against me. How can I not beat this buffoon of an inspector somehow? He just always ass backwardly falls into my plan and fucks it up, no matter where I am in the world.
That's like losing to Mr. Goonie or Mr. Goon, Mr. Magoo.
Mr. Magoo.
Right.
Mr. Magoo.
Bruh, I could understand that. Bruh, that's every super villain frustration. Like, I done did everything right, and this motherfucker here.
just casually walk right out.
You know what it is though. They're fate touched.
Exactly. He fate touched. He just can't help it, bro. Like, hey, look, bad shit happen, bro. Plus, he also had one of the coolest cars in the world. My man's was always in the whip, whipping it. Car, submarine, jet. I'm out here.
He had all the
Propeller
control.
hat. I mean, just fuck it all.
What? Oh,
No, but all solid choices and definitely the preference.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a solid one.
So yeah, we get rid of the right chip for indefinitely.
ass. Not you. I'm talking to Akon.
I'm telling on him.
Oh,
She's like, I'm not talking to you either.
Right? I'm like, ah.
That's the equivalent of waving at somebody you thought you knew at the store.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I remember those days. That's why I waved at nobody.
That's you do that wave and then you like kind of put it behind your head.
No, that's when you just turn into a stretch like ooh, pull something,
And then you hear that bone crack.
Nope, something went wrong at that point.
Look, man, I've tweaked my knee just trying to turn left.
I done that shit too.
It was so funny because it happened at I was leaving work, and I was working at Walmart, and a buddy of mine, and we were about to go to the gym. And I was like, oh shit, my knee. He's like, what happened? Oh, I don't know. I tried to make a left turn. He just looked at me like, you hurt yourself trying to turn left. I'm like, look, man, it is what it is. I can't lie to you about it. It's what just happened.
And this is why Incog's not in NASCAR.
I mean, technically, my cousin is the most athletic guy, really good, in great shape and all that, but somehow sprained his own ankle sitting up from his couch. That was it. That was all he did. And somehow, by the time from when he sat down to when he got back up, his ankle was sprained. It wasn't like the kids fell into it. It wasn't like he kicked his foot out in anything or the dog. He literally just, his foot was already planted. He just went to lean up and stand up, and somehow he twisted his own ankle. To needlessly say, when I fell onto the floor laughing while he was in pain, yes,
that's what you do as a dude, though. You watch a buddy screw up that horribly for no explainable reason. You have to.
How many times have we done that, Incog?
I mean, we'd be like, hey, you all right? You still alive, right?
I mean, it's the Cat Williams thing of like, I can laugh. It's Schadenfreude. I can laugh at your pain as long as your pain isn't fatal or lethal. Then it's funny.
yeah. As long as you are still alive, I can laugh at you.
Right. Like
exactly.
If I tell you I was in a car and I had an accident where I rolled it 7 times and then drove it back to work and finished working my shift at McDonald's, like, damn, but no, I was perfectly fine. Other than I had Sprite spilled all over me in the car somehow, but the car made it back 6-7 back miles back to McDonald's.
And then, yeah, we just laugh about how bad of a driver you are. Like, the fuck?
Wasn't my fault, okay? There was a car that swerved into me, and I swerved to dodge it, and I lost control of the car. Which now I know insurance-wise, I should have just let the motherfucker hit me, and it would have been a non-at-fault claim, and I'd have been rich.
Yeah. Now, what do we say about saving people?
Exactly. That's where the rules should have been born. Fun fact about insurance is I've learned, not that I will give you any insurance advice because I'm not your insurance advisor. I would just say I've learned that if you happen to say you see a deer on the road, if you hit the deer, that is a non-chargeable comprehensive claim because the deer, like an animal, is an act of God. You can't control or affect that at all. But if you should swerve to avoid said deer or any animal in the road, land into a guardrail and flip your car over, that is not a comprehensive claim. That is a collision claim that is charged to your insurance because of the fact that you drove and you chose to swerve and avoid an unavoidable object. You could have hit the object, wouldn't have been your fault, but since you chose to swerve to avoid it, it's your responsibility to keep your car under control.
So, I feel like that was very detailed for some reason.
I'm just saying it's just a very clear thing that I've learned over the years as someone who has hit a deer and had a deer jump on my car because I swerved to avoid it. And the deer, the weirdest shit, I was driving down Old 66 classic road, driving down the road, literally a doe steps out in the road, going across the road. I'm like, cool, it's crossing from left to right. I'm in the right hand lane. I'm going to just slow down, swerve left behind it to avoid it. The deer got over to the other side, looked and turned and saw that I was missing it because I went behind it, turned the fuck around and jumped onto my car. I swear it looked to me in the eyes like, oh, you just going to not hit me? Oh, no, you're going to hit me today. Boom, boom, boom. And then after that, just got up and then bounced off into the woods like, I know this bitch didn't just... You just jumped on my... You jumped into me after I was going to avoid you? I should have power slid into your ass is what I should have did.
Look, on a piggyback to that shit, I used to have to drive from the town I was living in at first, all the way to the town I'm living in now, to pick my son up on my last night of work, because I work 4 days on, 4 days off. I would get out for work, drive all the way here to pick him up, and take him back for my 4 days off. And on my last day off, the night before my first day of work, I'd bring him back. And I got into that pattern. So I came to pick up my kid, got him in the car, we took off home. I am tired. I ain't even gonna lie, I'm fighting sleep. That's how tired I am. And I got the biggest fucking wake-up call of my life. I got T-boned by a fucking deer.
Nope.
No bullshit. This motherfucker came out of left field, slammed into my driver's side door, broke part of my side view mirror, and just fucking turned around the other way. I'm like, you scared the shit out of me. All I heard was a loud bat. I'm like, I'm awake. What the fuck happened? I'm awake. Did not even start to get sleepy again on the rest of the ride home. Every time the car hit a bump, like, did it break something? Did something go wrong with my car? So yeah, I tell people, they're like, you ever hit an animal? No, but I had a fucking deer T-bone me.
Hey, look, you shouldn't have fucked around and found out, okay?
There you go.
I didn't do a damn fucking thing wrong. Although, I am looking at Twitch thinking I might become a Twitch asshole.
Oh, you mean Twitch the character? I thought you meant the streaming service, which I was gonna be like, you not already one of those? I don't.
All right.
Yeah, the character.
Oh, okay, he's doubling down on that Twitch asshole part.
Yeah.
And thus, it is 9:32.
Twitch can build burn, right?
Yeah, Twitch can go AP and peel burn.
I'm buying Twitch.
I'm here, by the way.
Yep, there you go.
Welcome.
You were waiting for me. I feel bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right, because Ace was away when I said you were
Oh, I completely forgot about that, too.
Oh no, I saw that you said it should be about 20 minutes late. What's no big deal.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
How often do we ever start on time anyway?
And usually Ace's fault anyways.
I think we did once
Yeah.
back when Dice Mom was still here because she was the last person to arrive, like 2 minutes early.
Good
Back
point.
when time schedules weren't crazy.
Very true. All right.
I'm gonna close up League of Legends because we ain't playing that tonight. Well, we're not playing that during the stream tonight.
I mean, technically, I'll be honest, I actually start my normal schedule where I start later tomorrow, so I can actually be up a little later now.
I mean, I'm down.
Because I get to actually work from home, so the longest commute I will have tomorrow is from the bedroom to my desk in the kitchen.
So what I'm hearing is we got a hard out at 12 and League of Legends to like 4.
You lost your motherfucking mind. I think I'm playing League of Legends till 4 in the morning.
Like this ain't high school days, man.
I did go usher and strike an entire musical play today, carrying heavy shit. I'm not gonna be up all night doing this shit with you.
Hold on, I will say this though, and Alex was there for this. We have gotten him to do it. There was one time, it was funny as shit. We had Mo, and he was still like every time the game ended, he'd be like, "Hey, quick, start the match real quick." And we just drag Ace into the next one.
That's all right. I'm gonna fucking go AFAK on y'all ass and just let y'all suffer. I'm gonna let y'all know it's gonna happen because I'm gonna pick some champ I've never played before as a jungler.
So, all right, bitches, good luck.
I'm gonna fuck around and pick Lux as a jungler and just laugh and walk away like. And with that, I'm not gonna play the game. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna not play. I'm gonna go feed and then I'm gonna not play.
Ooh, you gonna be one of them? You gonna be one of them, Ace?
Gonna be one of them.
Hold on. Do you have it in your heart to do that after all the times you said, "I hate these motherfuckers"?
You know what?
Yes.
If it was only just a 5 stack of us, I can get away with that. I wouldn't do that to some random person, but if it was just y'all, you're damn right I would.
You know what? I believe it 100% because I feel like I'd be able to do the same thing. On that note, let us get a recap for the viewers, shall we?
Of course we will. So, for everyone who's catching in, for Aegis Academy, to make a long story short, our dear Team Moonshadow returned back to Aegis Academy after an eventful time in Opara. That's a good way to put it. That's the word I'm using. Some things were required, a lot of questions left unanswered, some answers being made, but returning with Wanda's mother, Jeanette Castilla, safe and sound. And may or may not have burned down one of the most important nobles that is the advisor to the king of Opara and burned down their mansion. But that's somebody else's problem to deal with, right? Right.
Yep.
At least for now.
No, forever. Never gonna hear about it again.
Yep.
Damn fire.
Team Moonshadow returned back to Aegis Academy, trying to get their bearings about things, trying to reconnect in different ways and find things out. And it came to find out that the stigma surrounding them hadn't really settled as far as they thought. Most people still avoided them in the hallways. Most people didn't directly say anything to them. Other than the new leader of Team 2, Darkspell, Avarice, who had no problem letting Team Moonshadow know that she wants the #1 spot and is coming with all of the smoke. Couple of things got established, such as Team Moonshadow got authorized to be able to use Aegis Island for some training for Incog and his god killer Zaladar that's on his wrist.
I got a question on that though before we continue.
Okay.
Do they know? Does the other team know that's what we're training for?
You can imagine they weren't fully probably briefed on that yet. They were just briefed that they were being asked to support your team who was going out to Aegis Academy Island on a mission. You can imagine the details of something team leaders would probably go over for a mission briefing later. That hasn't happened.
Oh yeah, I as a player want to give Avarice as little information as possible until it's too late. Sin, on the other hand, will be like, yeah, we're going for Talu to train.
Yes, indeed. So with that, all the members of Team Moonshadow kind of went around trying to find themselves out. Dear Talu decided he was looking into some preparing to do what will need to be done to begin to train with Zaladar and try to understand the dreams, visions he'd been having, try to get a little bit more insight somehow. Sin made the decision that he, after making informed consent with his mentor and master, that he was going to accept the offer from the Raven Queen to become her champion. Which Celine took with a grain of salt. That it was something.
Okay.
It was like, okay, that's okay. We're gonna do this. At least you let me know this time. I'm aware of the shit that might happen.
That's all she asked for, though.
That is true. It's one of those things of being careful of what you ask for, because now she has to worry till you return.
Which I did.
You did return. What did seem to be successful in becoming the champion, which everyone had accompanied you with, or he saw you from, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Ruin was there with me.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, they both.
Yeah, I was
both
I
were.
was in the bar because I had.
Oh
freaking
yeah,
ran into
I was gonna
Naomi.
say that was in Opar. He was with you. You were solo
Yeah.
dolo this time in the Temple District.
Yeah, I had to go back with Sin to the temple though
Yes,
after we got back to Academy.
that's true. Because as Sin found out walking through the Temple District, he saw Sprada himself going into the Grand Temple of Sarenrae, as he had given a locket that he had wanted delivered To Quoll's Blad foe, who he found out and had been informed had been resurrected against the wishes of the Queen of Xanzos, because that's also not going to turn out to be a bad thing one day.
No, thank you.
Ended up going to the temple, and the temple went through the ritual to try to commune with the Raven Queen, finding himself on the edge between life and death. And in that moment, able to reach out and connect with the Raven Queen and accepting the offer, was informed that to fully become the champion, he should be wearing the garments of the champion, which were last worn by the previous champion, Vaxildan Visar, who would be the twin deceased brother of Queen Vexalia Vesar de Rolo of Whitestone. Which meant that Sin needed to now go to Whitestone at the bidding of his new goddess to acquire the armor of the champion from the Queen's dead brother, because she's not going to have any issue with you basically robbing the tomb of her dead brother at all. Not in the slightest. It's going to be fine. She's going to love it.
Totally. It's gonna be completely fine. It's gonna work out great.
Exactly. She's not going to have any issues at all. Not in the slightest.
I mean, is it really tomb robbing if we get permission?
I mean, ideally, could she be the one who gives you permission?
It's still a possibility.
Mhm.
But it's not a no. Yet.
Good.
Which is also pretty well. In addition to that, Ruin went out to the bar district trying to find out some leads on where Naomi had been. Came to find out that his general connect that he had before had informed him about Naomi having another past, had mysteriously been gone for the past 3 weeks or so, give or take. Looking around through the docks, kind of finding around, he ended up having this halfling guy as he was asking around about Naomi, or asking about Naomi's former crewmate, who followed him out, a small halfling who was willing to kind of pass along some information to him, looking to try to make a big, quick dollar out of it. And doing so all of a sudden while heading off into a T intersection of an alleyway not off far from the docks, Ruin could begin to hear with his sharp hearing the sound of boots clicking on stone tile as it was heading down. Someone was walking apparently towards them. And as that all came to a head, Ruin came to recognize what, after a moment, looked somebody similar as Naomi, except dressed completely differently. Dressed in what seemed to be in black leather bodice with seemingly black slacks and black high-heeled boots, almost like stilettos, with her hair down in ringlets and curls that normally was fairly straight before, and having her shoulders and bosom exposed to the chill night air off the docks.
I don't remember that part at all. I think Incog got all that information.
I mean, Incog got a closer version of it, but seeing this person all of a sudden, she seemed to have fired at the halfling who was sitting behind Ruin, which Ruin just barely dodged the blast, but it was strong enough to impact the bricks of the home behind it and knock them inward. Deciding to then take off and run, was able to apparently get away before any danger or harm came and make their escape. And at the same time, Talu decided he was going to play his flute down by the docks and bars to make a little bit extra money, just to get his musicianship and craft up, and just happened to see someone similar to Naomi walk past him, who, as he was playing his flute and staring, kind of noticed and came over to speak with him, and seemed to have had a very different personality than what he remembered from Naomi, as she seemed to have somewhat recognized him but couldn't place him, and asking if Talu happened to know her. Talu said, I was able to deflect with the idea of not a full lie, but a kind of partial truth, which she just seemed to accept as just one of those things. But her extremely seductive walk as she walked off kind of left Talu a little bit shook, as this other personality seemed far more dangerous than the kind-hearted Naomi that they once knew. Returning back, the decision made that Whitestone would have to be gone to, and Sprada offered to escort Team Moonshadow himself, to which Celine vetoed the fuck out of that idea. That shit wasn't going to happen at all. For reasons that she did not have to mention, to which Sprada had to acquiesce to his sister's wisdom. And so Celine had made the decision. And, of course, Seryu was promptly informed that he was going to have to fly the ship back immediately all the way to Whitestone, which he also was equally unhappy about. And as we left off, the groups were aboard the ship of Whitestone, but Avarice, having cornered Ruin and Sin, who were leaving from the room, wanted to know exactly what was going on, as the mission that was supposed to commence tomorrow for them to come back up the training group heading to Aegis Academy Island had been canceled without any information as to why. She then decided that this is big enough and important enough that her team was coming along anyway, ordered her team to go to the Sky Sword immediately with all their gear combat ready, to which they complied, and she of course then walked along, and well, she ended up running along for the most part because Ruin and Sin could fly and she could not. And after running up the teacher's tower up to the dock of the Sky Sword, she then crossed onto the deck and had a kind of face off with her mother, which was a fairly dangerous place for most people, till Seryu finally was like, can we just fucking go? And Celine relented and allowed Team Darkspell to also board the ship and take quarters. So now, aboard the ship headed to Whitestone, the Sky Sword is now holding not only its crew that captains it normally, Team Obsidian Jade, but there's Team Moonshadow and Team Darkspell being accompanied by Professor Celine Sindao as they head to Whitestone in order to hopefully petition the Queen for the rights to open her brother's tomb and retrieve the armor of the Raven Queen. And that is where we left things off last. Not to mention Luna still dealing with her vampirism.
Sorry, we're waiting for the morning.
Oh, you guys left in the middle of the night.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Another one of the reasons why Seryu was fairly pissed, because he didn't get to really sleep. But with that, you all had a bit of interactions on the ship, but for the most part, you kind of bedded down to go to sleep. Ruin a bit on the more paranoid side, as Luna was also still there in her vampiricness. But that is where we'll pick things up, with you all having rested throughout the evening. And the sunlight coming now through the porthole on the side of the Sky Sword, showing you that it is a fairly bright day for most of you, as the sun is crested beyond a fairly cloudy day, but it's finally broken through the clouds. So as you come to, you can smell what smells something like, almost like freshly baked bread and something akin to meats being cooked in the galley down the way.
Hey.
I'm immediately like bolting upright and taking off. I probably didn't even change out of my clothes into any sort of pajamas.
Neat. I guess after that, Ruin will put on his gear and head after him. Or what little gear he has. Everything's in his bag.
You've got your own bag now. It all should be there.
Everything's in Ruin's bag now.
Also true. You guys did acquire equipment, which is fairly nice. Mm-hmm.
Are we able to see Whitestone? Are we there, or?
You currently are not. From what you can see, it looks like you are actually just on the edge of the vision, let's say out to the northeast. You can kind of see that there seems to be a landmass rapidly approaching.
Neat.
Awesome. I will be
in the galley.
No, I will be on the deck at the front.
Ruin would have grabbed basically like a breakfast sandwich. I'm like, all right, thanks, Kaylin, and then head out.
Which kind of just gives you kind of a nod as the crew in there doing their thing, cooking and stuff. And as you can see, it's now Angelus that is currently steering the ship.
Neat.
And he
I
kind of
actually,
gives you a fist as you kind of walk up, kind of waving to you, acknowledging you.
All right. Acknowledge him back. Same thing. This.
Mm-hmm.
And then I begin my
Actually-
training.
yeah. I want to ask Angelus some questions about Whitestone.
Alright.
I can't fully remember what landmarks we saw there, but I do remember that there is a Temple of the Raven Queen attached to the palace. Is there another one in Whitestone proper for more everyday use for the commoners and whatnot?
Is there a what for Whitestone proper?
Is there a Temple of the Raven Queen in Whitestone proper for the commoners for like day-to-day use and worship?
Asking Angelus. Let me see if he would remember that.
The short time we were there, we were at the palace, we were at their academy, and we were in a transplanar
Dimension.
holding pen.
He would actually mention to you, yeah, there's actually out on the western edge of town near the cemetery, there's a temple to the Raven Queen that got resurrected. I think there's another one that's over by the castle too, like there's one in like the private castle grounds. That's a small one though.
Yeah. I need to weigh my options. I'm going to wander back off to the front, talking to myself, trying to figure out which one would be better to try and get to.
Mm-hmm. He just kind of laughs. He's like, yeah, I believe we've seen the one that's in town. As Kadia kind of walks up and says, there's one temple that was built for her brother once he became the champion of the Raven Queen that is in the castle grounds itself. And then there is another that was built in memoriam after his death, after the defeat of Vecna, that was built in his honor afterwards. It's a full temple in equal standing with that of Sarenrae and the other deities that are worshipped there. It's second only in size to the Temple of Pelor itself. And then
There-
Angelus kind of nods like what she said.
So there's 3 in...
Major temples, yes. Actually, kind of looks for a moment. There's Pelor, because, of course, the founding of the city. Sarenrae, because of Lady Pike. Temple of the Raven Queen, because of Lord Vaxeldan. There's one to Ayun, the knowing mistress of knowledge, because of Lord Scanlan. There is also a fighting arena in honor of the god Cord, because of Lord Stonejaw. Is that all? Am I forgetting one? She's just kind of waving her hands and thinking. And then you hear Celine say behind you, the Temple of Melora in honor of Lady Keyleth. Yes, yes. And she kind of looks up like, yeah, yes, my lady. And you see her kind of blushing, like bow her head deeply and kind of go into this huge curtsy. But she's the only one that does this.
Yeah. It's very obvious for everyone else to realize that we completely ignore the status of our headmaster and
Right.
Celine.
To the rest of the world, there are these amazing adventures with legends and all types of shit to you. Like, no, that's the headmaster. That's my math teacher.
Yeah, that's the headmaster, my linguist teacher, and that's Master Celine. She's my master of the arcane arts, and I'm her apprentice.
But yeah, Katya seems to be very, very kind of awestruck around Celine, kind of starstruck in a way like this is her.
Yep. Trying to think a little bit on it more, Master Celine, I think it'd be better off if I were to deliver my letter to one of the temples of the Raven Queen before actually trying to meet Would that be prudent, or would that be not necessarily detrimental, but potentially a waste of time?
She kind of gives a look and says, my dear apprentice, we will actually be docking at the Whitestone Sky Dock, which is very, very close and near to the castle itself. We would have to go out of our way to go all the way to the temple area to just deliver your letter, to merely backtrack. And time is of the essence, correct?
Yes. Are we immediately going to be meeting with them, or do we have a small period to wait where I could visit the temple that is actually on the castle grounds?
If necessary, we can attempt to see and gain access. I would imagine that I believe that Vaxodan's remains are within the temple that is within the castle grounds and highly guarded. But that would be something that we'll just simply have to petition the queen for.
Fair enough.
I'm sure that things will be. She kind of takes a deep breath. Will be handled promptly and accordingly. And Katya's just, of course, Master Celine, there would be nothing that you cannot accomplish. She just kind of gives a look like, thank you, Katya. Like, you don't have to kiss ass this hard.
They're giving one of those kind of faces, knowing that there was a spat between Celine and Sprada about the Queen of Whitestone, kind of one of those. She might be able to do something about it, but that doesn't stop everything from being tense.
And she kind of pauses and says, now you are aware of how Whitestone views the, how you'd say, the necromantic and darker arts due to its history.
Only tangentially. If you could elaborate a little bit more, it would be definitely helpful.
Well, yes, roughly about, I'd say 30-odd years ago, Whitestone was overtaken by Lord and Lady Briarwood, Silas and Delia, respectively. And they took over and occupied Whitestone. They forged alliances with some of the noble families, overthrew the ruling house of DeRollo, and murdered them all in order, save for one Percival DeRollo and his sister Cassandra DeRollo. Percival was presumed dead, and Cassandra was captured and, from what I believe, unfortunately tortured and brainwashed by the Briarwoods to believe that she was their daughter, to give them fair claim to the throne. I wasn't involved myself, but from the stories and reports, Whitestone was a terrible place to live at that time. There were shambling zombie giants that roamed the place. The magnificent sun tree which sits in the center had been nearly rotted to its core. And there was some type of terrible ritual to attempt to eventually open a doorway to allow Vecna to return that it accomplished. Apparently, the members of Vox Machina ended up returning to Whitestone and laying a rebellion to eventually overthrow the Briarwoods, and in some type of confrontation which isn't fully on the record, somehow Silas and Delia were presumably defeated. But from other reports, that happened to not have been the case. It only merely seemed so, as Silas and Delilah were very much still alive, and did actually agree to somehow succeeded in attempting to resurrect Vecna and get him to ascend to godhood. Quite a troublesome tale, to be sure. Oh, there was also a rumor that Silas was a vampire, but I don't believe that was ever confirmed. I do know that Delilah was known as someone that was a master of the dark arts herself. And so, in short, there aren't many very welcome undead things here in Whitestone, which she kind of turns and looks back down towards the cabin, which would come to the issue of Luna.
I was hoping if maybe Lady Pike could help her remedy said situation.
I don't believe that Lady Pike lives here in Whitestone.
Hmm.
Though I'm not sure of their communication means, I would assume that they do stay in contact after all they consider themselves family. But I believe that Lady Pike lives in Iman, which, and she kind of looks out towards the bow, which we are actually rapidly approaching. Maybe this is fortuitous. To which Angelus is kind of just looking.
Might be prudent for us to stop. Solve one problem on the way before we potentially enter one that is very time-consuming.
And that could be the case. All right, so with that, I should ask, how is Luna doing? I'm sure this must be a very, very terrible ordeal for her.
We had a bit of a breakdown when returning initially due to the fact of not being able to step on deck.
Jace did inform me that she seemed very reluctant to return.
We've been thankfully able to at least traverse the grounds in my bag of holding, as her need to breathe is no longer relevant.
Oh dear. Angelus, we'll be heading to the southeast of Amman. There should be a large keep there sitting atop a hill. We'll need to sit out there, and then we'll have to traverse our way down. You just see him kind of give a nod, yes ma'am. Then you see him kind of wheel the ship and see it kind of begin to bank through the air towards the southeast of Amman, as you guys were heading to pass it on the north side.
I will go inform Luna. I will then head back to our room and try and find Luna and pretty much relay most of that information in the sense of Whitestone doesn't exactly like the undead, and we are currently here close to Amon, and hopefully Lady Pike might actually be able to reverse this spontaneous vampirism that has plagued you.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna sit there for a second and then nod my head. Going.
You're cutting out a little bit.
She was asking if you guys were going now.
No, we've still got a little bit of time for Angelus to bring us to Iman. It'll still be another half hour or so.
Oh, okay. I thought we were.
When we do get there, I can, myself or Ruin can collect you.
Okay. Gotta say, man, if I have something to protect me against the sun, I wouldn't mind being a vampire, but this is depressing.
It is a little difficult.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
For teammates, what else would we do?
I just nod my head. Where am I?
You're currently below deck on the Sky Sword?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, in the room?
Still
Yeah,
in
in
the
our
room,
room.
unless there was somewhere else you would have went.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down. There is literally nowhere else I would. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing.
It's just the boy.
With that, though, you do hear a knock on the door, a very loud, that's ongoing and incessant and unstopping.
I will go to the door and open it. Hello?
You'll see that Avarice is standing there. And she kind of like looks down, like, "Oh, there you are." And you'll see that beside her is Getkith.
Avarice, get Kith.
My mother's apprentice.
Yes.
We have not come to speak to you. We've come to speak to that one there. As she looks over towards Luna.
I'm gonna roll. Who said that? Avarice.
Yeah.
Avarice said that with Getkith standing behind her. And off to
I'm
the
gonna
side.
roll my eyes as I stand up, giving very much an attitude because who is this bitch?
Mhm.
I don't give a.
Mhm.
I don't give a fuck.
With that, I don't particularly need to speak with her. Getkith wished to inquire about her and her well-being. As for in the meantime, I do need to speak with you, and she kind of leans down towards you to be face to face, because I want to know what exactly the original mission was that I was not briefed about, and what we are doing here now, approaching the continent of Taldore.
Luna, do you want to speak to Get Kith? Or would you be okay with me informing him of your current situation?
Sense motive on Get Kid. I know he hasn't said anything, but how is his demeanor?
Okay. Roll your sense motive.
I'm gonna crush you.
One moment.
That can be taken either or.
Bow, chicka, wow, wow.
No, I think he wants to like slit my throat or something.
He's gonna crush you in two different types of ways.
We'll say a very odd thing, Luna, is that you were able to smell them before they knocked on the door. You just didn't recognize what the scents were.
Okay, Luna. We need to, not this Luna, the other Luna.
There you go. I can see.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sense motive. My sense motive is 26. Okay. I can smell.
With that, you kind of take a moment to kind of look him in. While he's standing very stoic, you can see that he seems to be standing very still, but he does seem to be staring towards you, but you don't sense any malice from him. It seems to be more of concern.
Oh.
And you would also imagine that technically, as Avarice runs her team very tight, that he would have had to ask Avarice to come here in the first place.
Okay.
And that Avarice is probably just talking to Sin as some type of distraction way to not make it seem as weird that she's coming here to talk to just you.
Yeah, that would be weird. Okay, cool beans. I'll allow it. Thank you, Sin.
Alright, Get Kith. You can come in, Avarice. We actually have to return to top deck, so you can follow me if you want. And I'll start walking away.
She, of course, goes to follow as Get kind of takes a step back and bows to you both. And then goes to walk into the room, in which he does stand on the opposite side of the room from you near the first bed, where he's 5 feet into the room, but he's not like approaching you or getting anywhere close to you, just to be respectful.
Valid. Very valid. I'm just gonna stare at him. Awkward silence until he chooses to say something.
He kind of also stands there, kind of not at attention, but his hands at his side, very still. It just kind of seems to be
I lied.
equally staring at you.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna apologize. I feel so bad. That's not what I'm saying. But I do want to apologize, and I know that means nothing, but I have a lot of remorse for
What transpired?
The incident.
no, I'm purposefully stuttering, like trailing off, because she is not. She's sad that she killed. She doesn't want to say for killing your friends. Yeah. And that's all that she thinks that she can say, and anything else would like devalue the situation because it would be avoidant. So she's just going to be avoidant. Yeah.
He just kind of nods his head and says, "You have nothing to apologize for. My teammates fell honorably in battle. Had I led them better, then they would still be here. The fault lies with me, not with you." I merely came to see if you were okay, as there had been a you see him kind of, for the first time you see him kind of like fumble and kind of like look a little awkwardly, like he looks over towards like the door, like seems to fidget with his hands for a bit.
Because I'm a vampire?
And he kind of like looks at you wide-eyed. "So it is true, you've become one of the Night Children."
Yeah, it is true. Sadly.
And you see him kind of take a couple of steps towards you and kind of hesitate with his hand out to you. And he kind of drops to a knee and says, "If this has anything to do with what happened with my teammates, I am sincerely sorry. And you do not need to go through this in order to make things right with us. I am apologizing to you, and I hope that you accept my apology."
I am very. I just have a very, very confused look on my face. I'm very perplexed. And then I'm like, why? In what way? How? No, no, no. No. That's not how it works, and that's not how it happened. It was just wrong place, wrong time kind of thing. You did nothing wrong. This was not you. You're fine. Please stand up.
Make a diplomacy check.
Ooh, not 20. So that's a 28.
You see him totally kind of take like a deep breath and stand up. Kind of taking a deep breath and kind of see tears welling up in his eyes, and says, "Thank you, Luna. You are far more kind and gracious than need be." And he kind of bows to you deeply at the waist.
Can I step towards him?
If you want, yeah.
And then spread out my arms for a hug? Because this bitch needs a hug, bro. Like, he's making me sad. And I'm a vampire. Like, come on, you can't do that.
You see him kind of like instinctively like kind of stand up, like kind of go straight for a moment, kind of take a half step back, and then realize that you're just holding out your hands for a hug. I do not understand. Do you wish to sacrifice of me?
You don't know what a hug is? Have you never been hugged? Oh my god! Who raised you? Oh my god, that's so
Oh
fun.
god, she's going this route.
I love it.
It's funny.
It kind of looks like I do know what a hug is. I do not know if I've ever had one, actually.
Hey, that's something both
Right.
Ruin and
I'm
Get Kid
joking, but holy shit.
were there for pretty much at one point in time. Ruin just got his hug first.
Okay, well that is gonna make me want to tear up because that's very sad. Even my narcissistic ass mom gave me a hug when I was a child and talking to animals. Like, thought I was weird, but like, she showed me. I mean, of course, but like narcissists, they kind of have to be. Never mind. Anyways,
Just hug the man.
I'm gonna ask him for. Do you want one? Is this okay? Because I don't want to, like, boundaries exist for a reason.
And you see him, for one of the, as normal, you see him kind of at a loss for words, like with his mouth open, like I don't know if it's okay. Yes.
I'm just gonna give him a hug. I'm gonna give him a hug. Yeah. Is it like a? Is it because of like the country he's from or something, or
his standing in his society and how he was raised?
Yes.
yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, technically, more specifically to him, is he was an orphan, and out of game knowledge for you, in Zanzo's society, as he was a war orphan, He was raised basically in the Xanthos Academy to be a warrior from birth and just trained to be a fighter and to be subservient to the upper class. He's literally a worker ant from the Drow Society.
He's never felt love. That is so.
Well, I mean, he did go out with friggin' Tyree Run.
I know, but is that love? Do they love each other, or is it just lust? Because there's a difference between.
We will never know.
I
So
mean,
they-
you could always ask him that question and go down his past romantic history.
You can have a physical connection with somebody without there being intimacy. You know, like actual like warmth,
Been there, done that.
care.
Those were the
Like-
days.
Like
I mean-
Kyrie Run, he seems like the kind of guy who just wants to have fun, but I don't know him like that. You know, he could be capable of compassion and closeness, but whatever. That's not. I'm not trying to find that out. Anyways, I'm just gonna step forward and like slowly give him a hug to like give him a chance to back away if he feels uncomfortable. You know what I mean?
Right.
But then when I'm in there, I'm gonna like embrace him for surezies, give him all the love he hasn't felt, like deepen my heart, open my heart chakra up to this dude. Yeah.
He doesn't move. He kind of stands there with his hands at his sides, kind of sprayed outward. As you kind of wrap your arms around him, you realize that he is just as muscular as you remember. He feels like as stiff as a board. But as you kind of lean your hug into him, you can feel like his body warmth into yours. And for about a good 10 seconds, he doesn't hug you back. And then as it kind of settles in, you begin to feel his arms move to kind of also equally embrace you.
Poor guy. He's so sad. But honestly, does Luna doesn't know emotional intelligence like that. Never mind. Of course she would like him. Of course.
With that being said, though, you haven't fed in quite some days. I'm going to need you to make a will save at disadvantage.
Oh no.
I knew this was coming.
At triple disadvantage, as you now have his sweet skin after his morning workout, because he's a monk and works out every morning at dawn, right up under your nose, and you can smell his warm flesh, and you can feel the heat emanating from it.
Thought she got
Okay.
something.
You
No,
said-
she only asked where it was.
Yeah.
She didn't go to the reserve and actually get any food.
Mm-mm.
No,
Luna
I did.
has not fed since she bit the fuck out of Ruin.
Okay, you said double.
Triple.
Roll 3 and take the lowest. God damn.
You technically
sorry.
have not fed in days, and you've
So
already
I do it
tasted
3
blood.
times?
3 times
Yes.
and take the worst of those options.
because I know damn well I was teaching her coping mechanisms, bro.
You've
That's
been
probably
busy
what
with
let her
your
s-
mother, good sir, and even staying in her cabin with her.
It's okay. It's okay. The lowest I got was a 13. It's fine.
Okay.
You bit the shit out of him.
Hold on. Will save. Okay, then that's a 23.
Mhm.
Oh, please say I pass.
I will say that you do, you can feel the physical changes as your canines elongate.
I'm
And you-
gonna step back.
And you kind of feel the rush to bite him, but you kind of like bite down on yourself, painful as it is to close your mouth with your canines, and
Okay.
you're able to control it. But
Okay.
you do realize, well, you can't see it, but had you been looking at yourself, your eyes would have flushed black. Opaque
I can't
black.
look at myself. I
Mhm.
can't look at
If
myself.
someone else saw you, they'd have seen your eyes flush black and seen your canines and incisors go out with your mouth begin to open. But nobody noticed it, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's
Aren't you lucky?
Well, I'm gonna suffer through it until he is done with this hug because he deserves this hug because damn. But like, damn.
With that being said, this hug goes on for a minute, 2 minutes,
Okay.
Okay, let him go.
3
Nope.
minutes.
Nope. He's
You're-
gonna get this hug. He's gonna get this
You're
love,
fucking
man.
with, you're
He
just fucking with
deserves-
danger right now. Is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, you are playing with fire.
5 minutes.
What do you mean? If I stay, I can't like. Would I have to roll another one?
You don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna back away. Okay, I'm gonna softly let him go. You know, just as to not like be abrupt or anything.
As soon
and
as
then,
you begin to move your arms to the back, he immediately snaps his arms away and kind of steps back.
okay, all right. Are you okay? I'm gonna ask. Are my fangs still out?
You don't know. You can kind of feel them there, but you're not sure if they're visible.
Okay.
Plus,
I'm
as a
gonna,
tiefling, you already kind of had fangs, so they're just a little bit more pronounced.
Okay, well, is it like noticeable? Noticeable?
I mean, maybe he'll notice, maybe he won't.
Okay, well, can I feel like how big a difference it is? Like, is it like a half an inch or like?
I mean, they're significant. I'd say it's about 3/4 of an inch, almost to a full inch in growth.
That's pretty. That's a lot. I'm gonna turn my face away from him and ask. I'm just gonna like look so he can only see half my face. Yeah.
All right.
I don't want him looking at my teeth. So at least so he can't see my teeth. That's all.
Okay. He kind of steps back. I'm sorry. I didn't know if that was was it too long of a hug? Did I do it wrong? I don't. Did I upset you?
You were totally fine. I just I'm gonna face him so he knows it's not a him problem, it's a me problem. You were smelling a little too good, and I'm sorry, but like I wasn't trying to eat your face off. That's all.
And then he kind of sees and kind of smiles and says, "You let go to protect me."
I mean, yeah. Why wouldn't I?
And then he takes a step in towards you and steps right in front of you and says, "Do you care for me, Luna Shadir?"
Don't do that. Don't do that.
As he's standing almost inches away from you, almost nose to nose.
I thought that was obvious.
In my society, it is better to hear the truth come from one's lips than to believe it and be shown a fool.
Well then, yes, I care about you.
As I do for you, Luna Shadir.
Hey, that is the wrong tune there, sir.
What type of DJ Khaled remix ass wedding song was that?
Oh, it wasn't a wedding song. I'm just saying that this man just signed his own death warrant.
Well,
but he is a distance away from me. Is he at least an arm's length away? Because
He is standing almost chest to chest with you. There's maybe inches in between your bodies. He steps
is
right
he
in front of
trying to die? Like, does he not? Okay, I don't know if he cares about his life with the society he's raised in, but like, come on now, dude. Like, I could like murder you right now. I could eat your face off.
I mean, I will say that that scent does enter your nostrils, though it's not just pleasant to the idea of your hunger, but the idea of just him being that close to you is exciting.
Yeah, I can imagine. You don't have to tell me.
I'm saying you're very aware of his clearly defined and rippling muscles. That you can see that he is wearing what seems to be with his kind of open robe, a kind of black kind of half tank that's showing his impressively chiseled abs and side obliques. And that his pants seem to be very low rising, as you can even see his lower abdomen muscles.
You see that V curve.
You get the whole V right there in all its glory.
Nice. I assume they shave, or does he? That's not appropriate.
I will say you do not see any body hair on him.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Happy children are beautiful is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But he is beautiful. He is a beautiful. I am trying to distract myself from my hunger, and he just happens to be there. So I am admiring him while distracting myself from my hunger, forgetting that he is right there in front of me, looking at me, looking at him.
So what you're trying to do is solve hunger with thirst.
Huh?
There you go.
No, I didn't hear what you
He
said.
says you're trying to solve hunger with thirst.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
If it works,
I
Just
mean,
distracting myself. I'm just
I'm saying
distracting
if it
myself.
works, it works. I mean, I'm not judging.
Mm-hmm.
It's working a little bit.
I don't know. Will the dice say the same?
Mm-hmm.
See, Dice Mom, you're not the only one that has a relationship now. At least amongst the female members of our team.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't have a relationship yet. That has not been talked about.
Oh, it's gonna happen. We all know it's happening.
You feel like it's gonna happen. I could easily, you know what? Part of me just wants to be like, I'm all of a sudden disgusted.
She was a sabotage it just to prove a point.
Exactly. I'm not gonna do that though, because he seems like a really nice man, and Luna feels bad about him, and it's not pity emotion, and you know,
Yeah.
but you know, it is. I am going into the trope of emotionally, deprived men. Yeah. It's okay. It's whatever.
He kind of just takes a deep breath, kind of slowly tilting his head to the side and saying, I've never experienced the bite of a vampire.
Hey now.
Bait. It's bait.
I'm
It's bait.
walking away. I'm
I
gonna
was going to say, you were kind of standing by the bed, but you're walking away from him.
Yeah, like kind of swiftly, just like I think I heard my name being called somewhere, because like, you know, bye, and I'm walking out of the room. Yeah.
Okay.
If it is a trap, I'm not trying to be trapped. I'm not trying to turn him into a vampire. I'm not trying to kill him because I can't stop myself from devouring all of his blood, man. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's how it works, but I'm not trying to find out.
All right.
And
do you look at him before you walk out of the room?
yeah, because I'm curious. Yes.
You would see him slowly, like, dropping his robe off of his shoulders and maintaining eye contact with you.
Obvious. Bait is obvious.
Okay. Who is closest to me? Can I smell anyone who is close to me beyond him?
Make a perception check.
I mean, I was gonna say I think Talu's been in this room
and you can make it with advantage.
I figured to bed, never woke up.
I mean, that's true. I figured that Talu ran off for breakfast because he would have smelled the food, but Talu could be still curled up in his bed, fast fucking asleep.
Hold on, let me roll for that actually.
No.
Actually, I'm gonna leave that up to anybody in chat.
Oh.
Roll the D20 exclamation point roll. If it's evens, he's in the room. If it's odds,
he's in the room.
He's in the room. He's in the room twice.
No, I don't like that.
I'm gonna put that Talu is still in the room and asleep. And what's your perception check, ma'am?
How embarrassing. Oh, I'm gonna say. Hold on. Let me get my character.
Oh, don't worry, Dice Mom. That one is gonna count in a minute. I haven't got to Talu yet.
Hey, yeah, come on. I said one roll, damn it.
What are you talking about? No.
Oh, they rolled in his chat. It's perfectly fine. Don't even worry about it.
This was not discussed. Why are you guys doing this to me? You don't care about me. You don't love me. I see how it is.
Hey, I rolled a nat 20.
Okay.
I want you to get out of the room.
Oh wait, what was it? A perception?
Yes, please. It's perception with advantage, as you have enhanced senses now.
Okay, that's I only got a 13. That's a 21.
You can immediately smell that Talu is still in bed, wrapped up under his covers and in his duffel, his roll, basically, sleeping bag. You can smell down the hallway. You can smell that Sin and Average just walked that way. From what you can smell, the closest person would be Wanda and Jeanette's room, which is down the hall. But you don't smell anybody in the hallway.
I have to go back in. I'm just at the door right now. So he can't see me. I'm just sitting here. I need a breath. I'm taking a couple of breaths.
Very
Ooh,
true.
stop.
You can smell the food that's being cooked down in the galley. From what you can smell, it smells a bit like summer sausage, some type of egg that's being done, along with some fresh pastries. Smells like maybe freshly baked bread or muffins, and coffee. Very strong coffee, from what you can smell.
This okay, I have to roll. I have to roll to know what I'm gonna do because I don't know if Luna would consider this being a trap or not. You know what I mean? I don't know if that would cross her mind, but it is something that I'm worried about because I don't know what they have planned, but this seems a little fishy. I don't like this.
All right.
I don't like this at all. I don't like this at
Go
all.
ahead.
Or this man just has a serious bite kink.
Hmm.
Like, oh, I like getting bit, but hell, this is a vampire bite.
Okay, so how do you roll again? I'm gonna roll to see if I care, if I notice, if I can, if it crosses my mind that this would be a trap.
If you're doing it in incog chat, it's just exclamation point roll. There you go.
17.
I do
17.
not. I do not. I'm going in, bro.
All right.
No, I can't. Talos here. Okay, so I don't notice it's a trap, but I notice that Talos here, and that almost, I almost forgot, but like I can't forget because I can smell.
I will say, with your enhanced senses, you can hear that he is still sleeping.
Oh, please don't. Please don't.
Bruh. Okay, I'm rolling again. What Luna?
That moment in college when your roommate wakes you up and you're like, bruh.
This wasn't the other campaign.
Which one of you motherfuckers are making sandwiches?
Got the whole ship out of the air, bro.
This is not the other campaign. I'm gonna make sure he's asleep. I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Not I'm going to
Even-
make sure he's asleep.
Even I'm gonna be considerate of my friends and their boundaries because I'm a good person. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I am a good person. Nice.
Mhm.
I'm walking in and I do hesitate for a second. I'm just looking. Is everything out? You said his robe? Like he's
I
got a
was going to
shirt?
say, he has basically an open robe that he normally wore, and then he was wearing a half tank. But you see him begin to pull off the half tank, where they grab it from each side below it and begin to just pull it over their bodies.
No, I don't know what that is.
Basically, it's kind of like a tank top, but it's just half of a tank top cut off his abs. And he's reaching down and basically crossing his arms to grab it from the bottom and slowly pulling it over his head.
Okay, I'm
Your
gonna
whole ass
stop him.
striptease.
I'm
Okay.
jumping at him and stopping him. I'm stopping his arms. I'm putting his clothes back on. No, please
Mhm.
don't do that. I have my friend right here. I respect him, and I do not want to murder you by sucking all your blood. That does not sound fun. Please don't traumatize me, okay? Because I am. This is. I'm looking at him for a second. Very hard, okay? Please don't. Yeah.
That's the
No.
only thing that's hard.
No. And then I look away because I can't. I look away.
But you simply can kind of sense his movement of him reaching down to grab his robe and throw it back over his shoulders to reclothe themselves. While we're in this moment, Talu.
Oh, God.
All right. Perfect timing.
He wakes up and sees him getting dressed.
No.
Oh,
I
shit.
feel good in my heart. I hope he trusts me.
Ah,
I
mean,
don't even trust myself.
The thing is, you haven't talked to Talo enough for him to know you well enough.
Valid. That's valid. That's valid. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Talo, if you'd be ever so kind as to roll a D20 for me, please.
Actually, I want to let Dice Mom do that in the chat for me.
Excellent.
So while we wait for that. So yeah, this is gonna be an awkward situation.
One of those morning.
13.
13. On the
Even
die.
better. With that, as you have your dream and you wake back up, you realize that you're back in what seems to be Avalier and Zaladar's body, sitting at what seems to be a large table that's apparently made out of pure gold, inscribed with runes that seem to light up at random across it, along with 6 other people. And as you're sitting here, kind of sitting them, you see that one gentleman stands up and says, Avalier is more powerful than ever. There is no reason why we need to continue to hold on to these old traditions. We're a city of progress. We're a city of the most powerful mages on Exandria. Let us continue to push forth, because that is what we're here for. And you see a couple of kind of nod their head, kind of in agreement. And then you hear yourself stand up and says, if we continue to push forward and push boundaries without taking proper precautions, we will merely set ourselves up for failure. And unlike others here, I never fail. Which a few kind of nod their head as you two are standing on opposite ends of the table from each other.
Oh wait,
Of the
I'm
circle.
basically not a part of Zalar this time.
You are, except you feel the words. It feels like you're speaking the words, even though you didn't usher the idea to say them.
Okay. So basically autopilot.
A little bit. And there's kind of
And
this,
I'm standing across from whom?
the person that you're standing across from.
Yes.
Let me tell you his name, though you should recognize him. Where was it? There it is.
See, because I have
Oh, excuse me. You're standing across from Lysanther.
the Santher, which is I don't have it in my notes.
Lysanther
Oh,
Dorel
destruction.
Luxus.
Yeah, destruction.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
The only one that has destructive power that equals your own. And unfortunately, the two of you generally tend to be on opposite sides of almost everything.
Oh, so he's the yang to my yin.
Basically. He
That's
generally
the
wants
guy.
to push the envelope and do basically whatever the fuck they want. You always question caution about the risk that you're about to take.
So basically measured fuck around and find out type of shit.
Exactly. You're like, let us not do that shit before we know what could happen. He's like, we'll do it, and whatever the fuck happens, we can deal with it.
Gotcha.
And as you're all sitting there, all of a sudden you hear Cilia, who sits off to the side of Lysanther, says, then we should put it to a vote. All those in favor of Lysanther's opinion that we should continue forward immensely, raise your hand. And as they sit there, you see Lysanther raise his hand, and you see a light, the rooms in front of him light up in a bright blue. You see that Cilia raises her hand, and the runes in front of her light up in a bright blue. And then you see that Thessalia raises her hand, and the runes in front of her bring up a bright blue. And then you see Cilia kind of says, all those opposed raise their hand. And you feel yourself begin to raise your hand, and the runes in front of you turn bright red. You see Melandrich raise his hands next to you, which he's always voted next to you. He's your oldest friend. He raises his hand and, of course, votes with you. And then you see Selenar raise her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Which one did Alphadon vote for?
Alphadon did not vote.
Oh, so wait, which I'm missing somebody.
The
I
ones
got
that
Lysanther
voted
and
were
Cilia.
the ones that voted against you were Lysanther, Cilia, and Thessalia.
Oh, okay, I didn't have that one written down.
Thessalia Vicarian, or Vercarian.
Like, okay.
They voted against you, and voting with you was Melandrich Yinfinil and Selenar Zingwin.
Gotcha.
And Althadon, as always, decided not to vote. They generally always choose not to vote in these situations.
I feel like this person's a people pleaser. They just want to be on the good side of everybody.
It's more that they normally, for as long as you've known Althadon, while they're quite powerful, they always seem to not fully be here. Like, their mind's always somewhere else.
Interesting.
But Althadon also does lead the fortune tellers and seers that tend to predict the future, so them not being here mentally generally is a common thing that's accepted. It's like, we get it, it's your thing. Okay, whatever.
It's like you don't vote because you know how this is gonna go. Cool.
And then you hear Celia say, out the dawn, the vote is tied. Your vote is needed to be the tiebreaker. Do you vote for or against? And you see a kind of moment goes. And you see Althadon kind of raise his head towards the skies. The moon goddess speaks of caution. I vote against the aggression. And with that of a vote of 4-3, it is struck down. Again. Let the record show that this is the 10th time that it has been struck down, therefore it shall not be brought up by any other member of our chamber again. And with that, you see that in front of her, in the center of this huge golden circle, as she's speaking, the words are transcribed, and as she says again, all of a sudden it kind of stamps it with her and all the names here listed for the circle. And you see then a document appears into being and floats in front of her.
Oh, actually, I can use it.
And with that, do we have any new business to discuss that anyone wishes to bring forward?
Before that, I was actually gonna ask, would I be able to recall exactly what the vote was for? Like what his intention was?
The intention was to apparently discard the old contracts that were made in Avalier in order to use the resources that are allocated to those towards a new project.
Oh, so this is that part of that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now I got a general idea of as to how that went. So they were wanting to get rid of the contracts that bound Avalier to outsourcing
Those resources.
the resources to where they were supposed. I'm trying to do this without giving away too much to those who haven't seen it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. This is completely a whole different storyline.
Oh yeah. But I'm just saying, if there were to be any hints there, I would not want to.
Of course.
Okay, so I got that. So she wanted to see if there's any new business.
Yes, if anyone has any new business that they wish to address.
I mean, I don't.
And with that, you kind of see her looking directly towards you. Like she's almost trying to tell you to say something.
I think if Talu has any control, he'd probably open his mouth and like hope the right words come out because he has. I mean, he'd probably try to recall the memory as best as he could to see what what Zalar had said at that time.
Make a will save.
Will save. Oh shit! That fell out my tray. Hold on. That motherfucker went out the tray. Doom dice it is. 12 plus 7, and of course my add-ons if it goes here, which is plus 2.
19 or 21.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. With that, as you kind of look towards it, all of a sudden you feel yourself kind of begin to say, there is the issues of the ring of silver and the ring of brass. Have those members outlived their usefulness and how they should be handled. And you see Celia kind of take this big Kool-Aid grin-ass smile on her face. Yeah, should we dismantle the rings of brass and silver, seeing that the ring of gold merely can manage everything? We may be able to keep the ring of silver as those are filled by our 14 apprentices, but do we really need the ring of brass in there? And she kind of makes a face, and their ways.
Okay, now I gotta know how. Well, first off, I know how Talu thinks he would feel about this. considering he had that dream before.
Oh, you
of the
have
Ring of
all the
Brass.
thoughts that you have about the before as Talu. All those memories are still there.
Okay, so then I know that the Ring of Brass were the ones to, be at that the final stand.
Yes, that the Ring of Brass was the ones that were holding the line against the worst of the worst.
So can I figure out how Zaladar feels about the Ring of Brass?
Ooh, make a will save to see if you can interpret that. Actually, make it an insight check against yourself.
Oh, what's insight?
I was thinking idea, sense, motive is what I meant to say.
Okay. I was like, I don't think I got that one. Shit.
Look, I was in the middle of cleaning my new ring, okay? I wasn't fully paying attention.
Oh, you cleaning up, Timo?
If you fucking call my ring Timo, I swear to God.
It's gonna be a 10+4.
Ideally, nothing good nor bad. I mean, you're aware of the people and their pedigrees, and they have done things in the city. One is the Herald of Avalier, the other is the First Knight of Avalier, who is all-powerful paladin and basically your army without an actual army and doesn't actually worship a god to obtain its divine power, which somehow has never been really in question, just a bragging point. That there's, of course, the leader of the trading company, which is one of the most wealthiest trade companies in the world to date. There's the herald. There's the high arcane engineer that actually manages the entire engine that runs everything that Avalier stays up in the air for. So it's the kind of idea where you're like, I mean, I know of these people, and they've all been Quill. You're aware of Leyrin. You're aware of Xerxes, Patia. You actually know the most of Patia because you remember that her grandfather was the one who actually placed you on the council. That's one of his last duties. You actually filled the seat that he left, as he had designed you as his heir, as you were one of his apprentices.
Oh.
So you've known of Patia since she was a child.
So basically, Zaladar's view is, while these people aren't necessarily disposable, yes, it is possible for us to do it without them.
Yeah, that it
So
could
he's
be done
very
without them,
neutral.
but ideally, as you know of, they all do their job extremely well. So you're not sure why this is, and then suddenly everything cuts to a moment. You're not sure when, but seems to be a darkened sky before, where Celia is laying next to you in bed and says, "So when the vote comes, you are to say that we do not need the Ring of Brass anymore." And she rubs a hand against your bare chest, and that kind of flashes into your mind as she's staring at you.
Oh, so there's gonna be an issue then between Zaladar and Talu,
Mm-hmm.
because Talu very much is gonna want to keep the Ring of Brass because he saw what they did.
Though the oddest thing is, while you're in that moment, you feel that even though that memory was there, you can almost feel that that doesn't feel like the negative thing that he's going to say. And almost in concert, you both begin to say that you believe that the Ring of Brass is necessary as they are effective at their jobs. And allows the Ring of Silver to handle other options that aren't as necessarily needed for their talents. And the look of betrayal on Celia's face. If looks could kill, you would be a dead Zaladar.
Oh, hold on. I need to check my notes again. Hold on. You said Zillius did?
Celia, yes.
But here's the thing. She voted against me and voted with Lysanther.
She did. On that.
So,
mm-hmm.
so then that means, for all she knows, we were being petty towards her because, you know how I feel about Lysanther's ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you vote with him if you're trying to gain my favor to vote on your thing?
Very much so.
So yeah, I'm down with that.
And you just see the look on her hands like, well, then we shall put it to a vote, as you hear Melandrox say beside you. All those in favor of Zaladar's statement that we continue to allow the brass and silver rings to operate, say aye. And you see that you get aye from everybody who normally agrees with you. And even Altadon agrees this time.
Oh, cool.
Mhm.
So I got. Hold on. That does that mean the same people that voted last time?
Yes, same people that voted last time, so it's still a 4-3 vote in favor of what you proceeded.
So wait, that would mean. Oh, so it's the exact same way. Okay, gotcha.
Yes, it was the exact
So it
same
was-
vote.
So it was Melandrox, Selenar of Althodon,
Mm-hmm.
and me. Okay, gotcha.
Which always seems odd. Is generally the vote normally is swayed by whoever sways Altadon, unless there seems to have been some type of deal that was made where somebody votes unusually. But these are how most of the votes go. And with that, you see Lysantha kind of stand up and it says, then it seems that this meeting of the council in the Ring of Gold, the Septarian, has ended. I bid you all fare thee well. And you see Lysantha stand up and seemingly like evaporate into stardust. Which he always does. Normally is the one who calls the meeting and gets to end it and always leaves in a dramatic ass fashion.
Flashy.
Mm-hmm. And you see Melandrix set kind of his olden self as he's an elven wizard, but he's like on the back end of elven. Like he's old.
Old. Okay, gotcha.
Oh yeah, he's clearly over 1,000. Like he'd be nursing home levels of old. Like he has his staff, which his staff of power is magnificently powerful. And you're like, okay, you could walk without that, but you still lean on it to make yourself look older than you are. You're not that frail. But with that, you see people begin to disperse and kind of take their own ways. Celia is the only one still sitting at the table.
Ooh, like I think inner Talu is just happy. He's like, cool. We did the thing that kept them around to keep Avalir safe. Zaldar did the right thing, and like inner Talu's just like cheering them on, like, yeah, cool, you did it, you kept them, even though you're trying to whore out your vote.
And
but other than that, yeah, I don't know anything else other than that. Just they'll probably sit there staring.
Yeah, everybody kind of leaves, kind of feeling there's some type of tension or something that needs to be resolved there. As such, politics among the Septarian aren't unusual. And once everyone is kind of left in their own ways, Celia just kind of sits there and kind of slowly crosses her fingers and bridges them and says, "You betrayed me."
You voted with Lysantha knowing my feelings of his ideals and tactics. Why would your disfavor earn my favor?
Because we talked about this, you overpowered buffoon. The entire reason of that vote, which we knew probably would not pass, would be so that we could then pass the secondary vote, which is why I made sure that our case was not presented very well to begin with. You're as terrible as an ally as you are a lover.
I feel like Talu's laughing at Zaldar. Well, trying not to. Like, damn, dude, she got you. Ouch. I don't know. I think I'd probably try to search Zaladar's thoughts as to like, how did this conversation really go? Am I doing this right? I mean, I think at this point Talu would understand, especially since he's had two of these already, that he has no real outcome in this because like it's already happened. These are pretty much memories.
What
But
I would say is,
at the same time, he wouldn't want to disrespect Zaldar's memory of the people that were around him.
you see her eyes flash for a moment, Roll initiative.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh my. Oh no. This is gonna be bad. Do you need my initiative?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so that's gonna be a total of an 8. I rolled a 4. I rolled a 4.
Oh, no. Huh. Well, with that, my dear good sir, you are going to have to roll me a will save at disadvantage. Actually, triple disadvantage, because
Ooh.
the entire reason of why she slept with you is to be able to place a charm on you to weaken her to her magics.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take these 2 of the lowest ones, and I will let somebody in chat roll the third d20, and I will take whatever the lowest of the 3 is. I'll tell you now. I got a 9 and a 7. So I'm already pretty risky. So it could be
You
an
got
8. I got
se-
7, 8, 9. Do I get anything for that?
Nope.
I would take
Right.
a natural. I want to take a natural 20 for that one.
Nope, that's not how that works.
I'm about to say you could let him ace, but it wouldn't matter. He's still taking the lowest, which is a 7.
Yeah. So you said a will save. That's gonna be 7 plus 7, and if it's mind affecting, plus 2.
It is mind affecting.
So it's gonna be 14, 15, 16 total.
With that, you do it, and all of a sudden, the room fades away, and you find yourself in kind of a wild starscape floating. And with that, you see almost a larger than life version of Celia raise a hand and begin to blast you. Roll a d100 for me.
Oh, I don't have that bot, so I'm gonna have to do that one. Shit. So things are coming into fruition. I'm starting to put pieces together out of character, and I'm trying to figure out if Talu would be able to, because I've realized exactly why Sin's sister has such a horrible effect on Zaladar. That's gonna be a straight 90.
Ooh. With that, all of a sudden, you feel your shoulder get blasted off as you take 90 points of damage.
Ooh. I mean, it was a 009. 009.
That's 9, not
Hold
90.
on, wait.
Yeah, so that's
Wait.
9 points of damage.
No, I was trying to flip it around. I'm dyslexic. Leave me alone.
I mean, it works the same way. It's still 90 points of damage. And
Okay,
you got a
so-
90, it would have been 900 points of damage.
So are we going off of my HP?
Oh, no. You have, ideally, and this is Mindscape, so it acts differently.
Okay.
But what I will say is that you are bleeding profusely, and you actually make a fortitude save to see if you pass out in this dream.
How the fuck am I gonna pass out in a dream? Mind altering?
Yep.
Okay, that's gonna be, what the fuck is that? A 15? I thought it was an 18. I was hoping for an 18. Plus 4, 19, 20, 21.
All right. With that, you are able to just barely maintain consciousness, but the better part of your left upper torso is gone. Up to like the shoulder socket. It's just evaporated.
Oof.
And you just hear a voice says, "Your betrayal shall be as painful as it was for me." If you like, you can attempt to make some type of attack back.
See, that's just the problem. I don't know if Zaladar would. I know Talu would probably want to, but again, he's still trying to be respectful of Zaladar's memory of these people and how things went. And the less I fuck with things, the more truth about the past that I get.
And then all of a sudden you see that Celia kind of resigns herself to a normal size, and you see her begin to gather and glow what seems to be almost psychedelic pink energy around her right hand. Oh, Zaladar is too much of a gentleman to hurt a woman. Well, for that may you die 1,000 deaths. And she swipes her hand. As you can see from her fingers, there are trails of pink energy that sickle out. And the last thing you remember seeing is your head lop off from your body and your vision invert. And then suddenly, you are waking up. So, Luna, in the moment where you and Get Kith are standing there, he's re-robed right beside you. All of a sudden, Talu, you wake up with ah!
I'm grabbing my neck like, oh, ooh, ooh, no. Okay, I'm alive.
I'm running too. Are you okay? What's wrong?
Um, what is he doing here? Why is he naked?
At this moment, he technically has his robe and shirt back on. He does that pretty quickly.
Oh no, I'm exaggerating the shit out of it.
Mm-hmm. He does seem to have his midriff open where he just says, I am not naked. I only have my training top on.
Okay.
Your business. Anyways,
I'm not sure what's more scary, the what I just had in my head or what I'm seeing visually.
What was in your head? Are you okay, dude?
You just see him give a nod, and he says, "My presence is disturbing you. I should leave." And you see Get Kith turn and walk out quickly.
It's before he before the door even shuts. I'm like, "It's not you. It's me. I swear." And I'm by the way, I'm shouting that out loud, so that door's open. Everybody's hearing that shit.
Oh yeah, everybody else who's in the general vicinity, you hear, "It's not you. It's me. I swear." Get yelled out.
I heard. Can I hear that up deck with a 22?
I would say from where you are, definitely, because you guys are close to the stairs leading up anyway.
I was like, ah. All right.
So then Tyler's just gonna slump back down, like, okay, hold on, give me a. Oh, jeez, wow. Ooh. Give me a minute.
Pull out my thingy that has the water on it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The what?
Skin?
Oh, the water. You said water. Okay, gotcha. If it's being offered, Tyler's definitely gonna drink. Like, he's gonna take a sip and then throw the rest on his face.
Nice. Okay.
Okay. So let's ignore that. Yeah. Dream. Bad dream. Terrible dream. Scary dream.
Yeah?
Yeah, my head fell off.
Do you want to talk about it?
Not currently. Nothing blew up, right? Nothing's gone or dead or
I
damaged.
looked around because I was kind of distracted, but do I see nothing? I see nothing, right? I think you would have told me.
You don't see anything other than Talu looking highly terrified and loud and breathing hard.
Okay, no.
I will say with your enhanced senses, you can hear that his heart is beating rapidly fast in his chest as you're close to him.
His heart, blood. Anyways.
God damn it.
So he's just gonna take long deep breaths to try to calm himself. He's going through all his psychological training, like, okay, panic attack, relax, breathe, fucking breathe.
Breathe with him so he can.
All right. So where are we? Where are we headed? We're still going to Whitestone, correct?
Yes.
I would say from what you could actually hear, you can see that the ship, apparently with the momentum it has, is suddenly slowed down to almost a full stop.
Cool, so we're almost there. We're almost at Whitestone. No, that can't be right. We can't be already at Whitestone, can we? Yeah, he's asking Luna.
How things work. I know this one is especially fast, so maybe, yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, Okay, we're gonna be at Whitestone. I need to relax. I can't blow anything up.
You're not.
I mean, I could, but I shouldn't.
Please don't. Please.
No. It's not on the agenda. I checked. It's not on the
cool.
list.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Which, as a side note, Sin, you would probably be coming in the room about this time as Celine would have sent you down to go retrieve Luna.
Hope they weren't trying to get Kith a vampire, bro. Because that would make me sad. Would you tell me if that's... No, you wouldn't tell me. Never mind.
You can't turn him into a vampire.
I can't turn anyone into a vampire? How would you know that?
I thought that was discussed before.
Was it?
No. I'm sorry. We're talking about Wanda can't turn anybody to a vampire.
Yes, Wanda's a vampire and cannot. Luna is a full vampire and could do so.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I assumed I was able to. But I don't want to know how or if that's possible. And if they tried to do that, that's very shady. That's fucked up.
Would
He needs another hug.
would
I'm not gonna
Avarice
give-
do such a thing to one of her teammates?
Yes.
Yes.
She would.
Damn.
Did Avarice and I actually have a conversation, or did she just walk with me just to get Keth and Luna a moment?
For the most part, she just asked you what exactly was the mission.
This time or the one that we
Both.
were supposed to have?
Both of them.
This time we're currently trying to help Luna out of her condition, and then we have some personal matters to discuss with the Queen of Whitestone.
Yes. I remember that part because you were very vague about that. What was the previous mission?
Oh, training on Aegis Island.
For who and what and why?
For Talu, for himself, and for the general safety of everyone.
For Talu, the Nagaji is not that dangerous.
Out of character. Do I know that she knows what is on his wrist?
She is not aware that Zaladar is a god killer or that Talu is responsible for that. She is aware that Talu was involved in the incident that happened, but she doesn't know that it's a god killer on his wrist that did so. She hasn't
Rowan has the secrets.
She hasn't put those two together. She just thinks Talu did some magical shit that was dangerous, but she's like, as far as I can tell, Talu isn't that dangerous. Shit was just a fluke.
Wait, I got a question then. Why would she bring that up during our conversation when I was watching them train?
About your weapon, she knows that you did some shit, and she suspects, but it hasn't been confirmed. Because her mother and father and uncle have been very vague to, unfortunately, it's very need to know, and she doesn't need to know.
Okay, because I could have sworn she called Talu a god killer.
She
Because she
mentioned
brought
God
up that-
Killer, but you didn't confirm it, so she was like, well, fuck it then.
Oh, okay, so I didn't. She was trying to bait out that.
Yes, it was her hypothesis that would have been the thing that could have did it, but since you like know what the fuck you talking about, it's like, oh well, fuck it then.
You cut out.
Oh, hold on.
You're not anymore, but we just didn't hear what you had said previously.
Yes, she basically just went about the idea. She basically made a hypothesis and shot her shot with her intelligence. And then when you didn't confirm it, she just said, well, fuck it then. It had to be some type of fluke, some type of experiment that he fucked up and was responsible for. Couldn't have been that he actually did some shit like that. Not Talu.
All right, cool. She has very low standards of me, doesn't she?
Pretty much.
She has very low standards of all of us.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, not all of you. She does respect Artemis a lot.
Okay, good. That's good.
Well, Artemis ain't here, so... Now that Artemis is gone, she's got no faith in us.
Yeah, the rest of you was like, there was one good person on your side. The rest of you were ass. So now you're just team ass.
Oh, great. Now I'm going to remember that.
I do have one quick out of character question about the second dream Zalor had.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of that creature that got summoned to fight him right before I woke him up?
That was a Galabrazu.
A Brazu?
Galabrazu.
Galbrazu. Because I'm actually writing in a whole ass different notebook all these dreams he's having.
Mm-hmm. Glabrezu.
Gotcha.
Pretty terrifying ass thing to deal with.
Yeah, because he had been the recent failure of the ritual.
A couple of things, you know, it's somewhere around anywhere from 10 to 15 feet. They are they're abyssal demons, but they're kind of like the what's the better way to say it? They're like the Terminator of abyssal demons. They're big, bad, and they fuck shit up. Like you don't fight a Galabrizu and live.
Not normal.
No, no. Normally that's a. If you see it, it'd be a whole lot of nah. Fuck that. Fuck all of that. Nope. Nope.
Right.
Nope. Has 4 arms, 2 of them being in claws and shit. Oh,
All right, I know Sin's response now to Avarice's latest question.
Mm-hmm.
Talu came up with the idea that while we are still students at the academy, we need to train not in the public eye for the misfortunate outcoming of the tournament. It's best if we train on Aegis Island and not be seen. And that is a 17 plus 16 for bluff. Because Sin knows why we're training out there, and it's not an entire lie, but it's enough that it's one of those, it's that gray area.
She just kind of gives a nod to you and says, "Okay." Like she's listening, but she's not really paying attention.
And I'm just gonna shrug and keep walking, and then I'll go collect Luna and be like,
Get the flies.
Which,
Yeah.
Luna, while you're sitting there with Talu, all of a sudden Sin comes walking back in.
Did Sin hear what Talu yelled?
don't.
I was gonna say,
I
heard,
did.
yes, paid attention to, that's questionable.
I don't know why it's you, but I'm here for Luna. We're here in Amon to hopefully fix her vampirism.
I thought we were going to Whitestone. What? Why did I...
That's after.
So wait, what are we doing in Amon?
Lady Pike resides here. The cleric of
Talu's gonna,
Therenray.
Talu's gonna hold he's like holding his head like, look, don't talk to me like I'm supposed to know this.
Okay, she's a cleric of Sarenrae and very powerful, and hopefully she can cure Luna's vampirism.
Cool, thank you, that's what I need. Oh my god, my head.
Did you hit it?
No, someone chopped it off. I had sex with her, made her mad, didn't vote the way she wanted me to vote, and she was pretty mad.
Sin is just gonna go pink, and it's like, Luna, please get in the bag of holding. We need to leave.
Right. And I do hesitantly, because secretly I kind of want to stay a vampire, but I know that's not the best idea. So I'm gonna turn back into a human if I can. I mean, a tiefling, a regular tiefling. Yeah.
Turn into non-vampire.
Okay, I get my bag.
Okay. I am then going to quickly, Talo, if you want to come, you can. You don't have to. Bye.
And Talu's gonna like, yeah, I'm going.
Walking a few paces ahead of you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Talu's still waking up. He doesn't care that, like he's still very much on that cusp of, am I Talu? Am I Zalar? Are we yet?
I understand that it's obviously a Zaladar dream, but it's definitely one of those I didn't need to know that about Zaladar's dream.
Yeah.
And I will return to the top deck and kind of hold up my bag of holding and be like, I've got her.
Yay! Ruin says as he finishes his training.
I feel like such luggage, like an object, and that's. Thanks, guys. Wow.
You're
Thanks.
welcome. Anytime.
Fuck
Well-
you.
I mean, it's the only way we can transfer you. So.
I mean, we could pull you out of the bag and you just...
Yeah, for now, yes, unfortunately you are luggage due to a current, conflagration event with the sun. Once it's over, you won't be luggage anymore.
But it doesn't make me feel any better about it.
Well, I'm
stick
sorry.
floating around inside the endless space.
If it makes you feel any better, people usually get upset when they lose luggage. So you're
Wow.
bored.
Wow. I am a slight inconvenience at best. That's what that sounds like.
It sounds like if we lose you, you're kind of screwed.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. That does not make me feel better. No.
Oh, I just thought of a terrible scene, by the way.
No,
Yes.
no.
It's gonna happen in the RP that I currently DM. Someone's gonna be put in a bag of holding, and the person that's carrying the bag of holding is gonna get killed.
No.
And the bag's gonna be stuck there forever.
Can we not talk about my demise, please?
It's not yours, it's someone else's. I don't know whose it's gonna be yet.
Okay. Alright. As long as it's not mine.
Yes, indeed. So, with that being the case, you all will be amazingly heading on your way as you are sitting over a lovely countryside that has this massive keep over the side known as Gray Skull Keep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing in canon.
Grace.
That's correct. Let's see. There's a nice place with a huge tree in the courtyard below. As you see, there are sentries that are kind of gathered around. Bows kind of at the ready, but not aimed. Kind of like, okay, what the fuck is this? And with that, you see Celine is up on the top deck and says, with that being the case, is everyone ready?
Yep,
I believe
I'm
so.
good.
Yep, I'm all set.
Does anyone need assistance getting down?
I probably do.
I mean, I can fly. I think I'm good. Oh, you can fly. I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
can't. Mm.
I'm gonna raise my arms. If you would
Yeah.
please, Ruin.
Off we go, my captain.
You heard that one, right?
Yeah,
So I
I
was
can-
gonna look at
Wanda
Celine,
also
like,
be up there. You would see
Okay.
Celine just kind of like raise her hand and cast one spell. She's going to cast Mass Fly on the rest of you, to which you all begin to fly off the way.
You're not helping Celine.
And
Yes,
she,
he
just,
is.
and she just kind of looks at you and says, would you prefer that I let you find your own way to the ground, 200 yards below?
No, it's just they think I can fly, and now that I'm flying, I can't argue against the fact that I can't fly.
Well, now you can fly, so there's nothing to argue about. And with that, you see her fly up and over the side.
I'm gonna very begrudgingly follow, like, motherfucker.
Like, look, Sin, he can fly.
I knew
Told
it.
you.
I miss it every time.
We'll probably have to do it to get back up once you're a tiefling again.
If I'm a tiefling again, and that excites me. Yeah, I like that. Cool.
I said when.
Hmm.
You.
He has no doubts in his mind.
I'm glad you have faith. I'm glad you have faith. That gives me faith. But like my player, not my character, because she doesn't know that.
Your character just knows the void.
Very true. So with that, you guys are headed on your way down. And as you go to land outside the keep, you see that guards kind of pulled out, and one of them kind of looks you up and down. He's a dark-skinned man with a goatee and some locks kind of rained over one side of his head with gold coins on the end. Hello and welcome to Grey Skull Keep. What might we do for you?
I look to Celine.
I will
Does
raise
she-
Sin.
Yeah. Does she want me to take the lead on this?
And Celine just
Can I
kind of
get-
nods to you.
We are here to hopefully speak with Lady Pike. We're in need of her assistance.
Make a diplomacy check. As he kind of
Okay.
looks you up and down.
18 plus 5 for a 23, whilst I am being held aloft by Ruin.
Yep.
He's still.
Yeah, he's just got me like under the arms like you would a toddler, just being
And he's
held out.
lifted, like right now, fucking like Simba, he's lifted up.
I love that. That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Just used to it by now.
Yeah, which with that, you lift up there and you're making your thing and you're raised up, doing your best. You're kind of sitting up there, being raised. You hear kind of call back, there's a group of, where are you from again?
Aegis Academy.
There's a group from Aegis Academy here to see Lady Pike. To which you then see a little, what you assume, little halfling boy kind of come running from behind him as you see the guy says, no, get back here, sir. You see him kind of like running up to them, kind of looking them up and down. Who are y'all? As he kind of looks up at Sin, who's being carried up. And you see him kind of putting his own hands up to be like done the same way as Sin.
Get over here, little guy. Ah!
Wait, from this angle, can Talu perceive whether the kid was like, he wanted Ruin to pick him up or one of his guards to pick him up?
Ruin. He went up in front of Ruin because Ruin's the tallest.
Okay, so then I'm just like, odd.
I'm gonna look at the kid, kind of unfazed now that we're both being lifted up. We're students from Aegis Academy. We met Lady Pike multiple times actually, and currently we're kind of in trouble. One of our teammates is definitely in need of her help. So we need to talk with her.
And with that, you hear all of a sudden the voice coming out saying, "You get back here, little." But you see, all of a sudden you see, is Wanda, you would recognize Scanlan in kind of some pantaloons and kind of half purple robe, barefoot. It's like he's so fast.
Scanlan. I welcome her.
He kind of looks at you for a moment. It's like, what? Oh, hey, yeah. Yeah, welcome. Come in. Let him in. Jared. He kind of smacks Jared on the thigh, like, let him in. They're fine. They're with us.
All right.
And with that, he kind of steps to the side and kind of waves you all into the courtyard.
I run in.
Was actually just about to have breakfast. We'll have the butler guys make you something. You hungry? Kind of points back like, huh? Somebody? Anybody? You hungry? Food? Yes, no, maybe, kind of.
I'll take some food, please.
Yes. Cool. Yeah, we'll have and all of a sudden you hear me out, Belvedere, cook some more breakfast. And then you just hear a loud, and Scanlan just turns around and is like, that means yes.
You're
Okay.
sure that means yes.
And with that, he kind of walks you into an archway. You see this beautiful stained glass window. You see there's another tree that's inside of the keep. It kind of takes you to this kind of huge dining room table that seems to have been cleared and set out. And with that, he kind of sits down and is like, so, what do you guys need? As some food begins to be brought out by some of the servants. Kind of roasted hams and such, some bread and loaves, a bit of toast and jam.
Ooh, neat.
I'll, as I told the guards and the young one, we need to speak with Lady Pike.
Which he says, they want to talk to Mama. I want to talk to Mama. He's like, well, you can't talk to Mama, because points his finger at him like, you can't talk to Mama because Mama's not here. And you see them both kind of like make a face at each other. It's like, I don't know where this kid gets it.
Everyone's gonna look back and forth for a little bit.
Yeah. I think Talu would be the same, like, the fuck he means you don't know where he gets it.
Well, it's... Maybe you could pass a message to her then, or at least tell us where she is, and hopefully we can go speak with her. One of our comrades has... I don't really know how to explain it besides...
She bites people and drinks the blood.
Yeah, she's spontaneously contracted vampirism.
And you hear Scanlan kind of talk like, bites people and drinks blood? That's some kinky shit. I haven't done that since... Oh, vampirism. Oh, never mind. Completely different thing.
Yeah, close enough.
Talu's like, wait, since when?
So let's see here. Vampirism. I don't know what Pike could be able to do about it, but she'll be home, for dinner. She commutes to Vasselheim every day for work. But Vasselheim is on the other side of the fucking planet. So in your mind, you're like, the fuck, how? Does she commute to Vasselheim every day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
teleporter.
And it's like, oh, we got a bunch of teleportation circles that are set up to like travel different places where we all are to get there quickly. There's one at the Grand Temple of Serenray in Vasselheim. There's one here at Grey Skull. There's one for Whitestone, of course. There's one in Zadesh, because Keyleth and climbing that mountain, that shit's tough. We got one in Amon. Normally it's Grog popping back and forth as he travels around.
You all, I'm gonna look to Celine and just kind of give her that look, like, you all might be needed in Whitestone in the next day or so.
Kind of looks like, oh, you headed to Whitestone? Ew. I mean, you know, it's not my business to say. Things are a little tense there lately.
Oh,
Tense.
why?
Hey, he kind of looks around for a moment. Make a diplomacy check.
Oh, I can do this.
As he begins to like look back and forth, like he's trying to make sure nobody's listening.
14 plus 12, 26.
He's like, well, you didn't hear this from me, but apparently Vex is pregnant, and there's a question that might not be Percy's. Scandal.
Ruin's already like into this. He's like, wait, what? Baby.
Yeah, apparently some nasty bastard of a gigolo was able to get his pickle all, and just, you know, things might have happened. So we don't know. But she's starting to show that she's pregnant.
Ruin's looking around the room.
Well, Skyline, if I may, what is your current relation with Vex? Are y'all still real good close friends? And
Kind of looks like, of course, Vex loves me.
So maybe try to, you know, help us with a favor.
And you hear the little boy says, "Mommy, Vex says that that Daddy Scanlan is stupid and thinks with his wrong head." And you see Scanlan kind of jump up to try to reach for him, like, "Get back here, you little shit."
Ruin's just laughing.
I'm giving that kid a gold coin.
That saying is as lost on that child as it is on Finn.
I'll look at Stan and be like, kind of like, you see where I'm going with this line of questioning, right?
Yes. Hopefully a diplomatic solution can be had and a little help can be brought in.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons we said you might be needed in Whitestone is for when we arrive, just to give you a heads up, and hopefully you can understand the topic at hand once we're all there.
Wait, it's just our team and Celine, correct?
Currently, I believe, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Aris did not bring her team down at all for this steak and breakfast.
That's fine by me.
We also didn't really tell them what we were doing here.
Right.
Yep. Ruin's gonna wave Sin above like some of the little sticky buns and whatnot.
Yes.
But yeah, as the food is sitting out there, it's like, yeah. So, you know, it's a little weird thing going on over there. But I'm sure they'll be glad to see you, you know, talk with you, do all the things, and make it a whole thing. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
And it's just nodding his head. Yeah, totally. Mm-hmm. Would it be too forward of us to ask to wait for Lady Pike to return and hopefully get some insight from her?
Nah, it's fine. If you want to use the library, we got one of those. We kind of got like the little practice place out to the back that Grog normally had. There's like a whole arcane basement full of shit that Percy left. Yeah, it's all good. Feel free. Mi casa es su casa, my padres.
Oh my God.
Ruin's gonna look at Sin. What is Padres?
Means friends.
Ah.
He's saying his house is our house. He's graciously welcoming us in.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Could have sworn Padre meant father, but okay.
Compadres, that's friends, but
Yeah.
Yeah, like I know me personally. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I said that out. I'm saying that out of character. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Out of character, Padre is father, it's compadres for friends. It's my-
Yes, you're right.
Look, I know more French than I do Spanish.
Right?
Yeah. I would have corrected anything.
There's only one thing I know about French.
Would have made it work and made it a whole thing. So with that, you guys are free to stick around for the day. What would y'all like to do around the house as he's eating breakfast?
Well, after I grab, I guess I'll sit down, Sin and the little guy,
Mhm.
and head over to Grog's little training thing after I grab myself some snack on.
Easy enough to do. Celine says, "That's very gracious of you, Lord Scanlan. I shall return to the ship and warn them that we will be staying for a while, for the day."
Maybe, Sarah, you can finally catch a nap.
Hmm.
Not be so cranky.
I feel like it's gonna be cranky regardless.
I can hope.
I agree.
He might be napping, but he's not napping on his own terms.
There was mention of a library and arcane things left about.
Yes,
Yep.
there's a library that's here in the keep, along with an arcane workshop that's left in the basement that Percy used to have when they all lived here.
Oh, I'm checking that out.
Are you letting me out?
Is it safe to let her out?
I would say yes. While there are windows and such that are around the keep, there it's built more like a castle, so it's plenty easily for someone like her to be able to avoid walking directly into the sun.
Then yeah. I will let Luna out and let her know we have to wait till Lady Pike returns before we can actually start asking questions on how to return you to your former state.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool beans.
For now, Lord Scanlan has let us wander his home.
Wander his home. What is here? What is it?
Yeah, I'll let.
You are inside of a massive castle that has different battlements. There's a backyard area and a courtyard where you can fight. There's trees that are actually inside of the actual castle that are growing due to Keyleth's enchantments on the place. So you do see trees that are safe for you to sit around.
Sin is telling you this?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I am going to the library. You didn't. I don't know if you mentioned that, but I am going there.
Yeah, I would have.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I plan on heading first, and then the magical stuff that was left behind by His Majesty Percival.
I'm going with you. I'm going with you to both of those things. Cause what?
Because magic.
I know. Yeah, I know. But like, what? Yeah, it's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what Tyler do other than sit there awkwardly. Like none of those things really like.
Which is all fine. He says, "Me, I like my music room personally. Working on my next great ballad."
Yeah, for sure. Wanda would try to hang and jam with Scanlan.
Working on what's going to be the musical of The Savior of Whitestone, a Scanlan short-haul adventure.
Sounds epic.
I have been trying to get more in touch with my bardic roots. Would it be alright if I sat in and watching the two of you?
Of course, you can watch a master. Come see the master at work and learn the artistry that is Scanlan short-haul. He starts playing air guitar for no reason. But even though he does it, you hear what sounds like strings being played somehow.
That's cool.
Wanda like laughs and claps.
And then you see him go around, and all of a sudden you hear the little boy says, "And Mama said Daddy can't have any snacks." He's like, you just see Scanlan throw like a biscuit his way. Little shit.
And off his own kid.
Little snitches.
So I have a quick out of character question. He said "Mama," referring to Pike, but also said that referring to Vex.
More like an aunt.
Yeah. Not meant more aunt. That was my mix-up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like Auntie Vex.
So this, yeah, so this is clearly Scanlan and Pike's child, and obviously, you know, the rest of Vox Machina being that close that they practically are family.
Gotcha.
It's safe to say that this kid just sees them all as aunts and uncles, even though I highly doubt a full-blooded giant of some sort that Grog is almost certainly not related to Scanlan,
I
a
think he's a
full-blooded
Goliath.
halfling,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Goliath.
He's a gnome.
Yep, Scanlan's a gnome and Grog is a full-born Goliath.
Yeah, it's more just that they're so close that they practically are family.
Yeah. I was just trying to clear it up because I was like, is there some kind of other dynamic going on I don't know about? Look, I don't rule anything out nowadays. I don't judge anything, but I'm just making sure I got the general basis down.
Very true.
Dude,
So far, so good. But with that, you guys have free roam to walk around. There are guards around, other servants and stuff. It's a fully staffed manor. And Scanlan is a local legend.
oh, I can't wait to get into the training room.
To which you hear from the card sent while you headed to the library that she is taking Team Darkspell into Iman for some business as they have time now.
Should we expect you back here, or should we just meet you all back at the Sky Sword for when we're finished?
Merely let me know when Lady Pike has arrived, and I will come give my good tidings, of course, to be a gracious and kind visitor. But hopefully, if she can help us, then that'll be great. If not, we shall move on by nightfall.
Very well.
And with that, continues to move on, continues to do their thing.
What, pray tell, is actually in the library?
The library has a vast collection of books. A lot of them seemingly jump on different subjects. There seems to be a section, it's highly organized, where there's religion and different deities. There's one that seems to be on mechanical practices and such. There's another that seems to be on alchemical binding agents. There's one that seems to be based upon like lore and far-off legends and things like that. There are plenty of books.
Definitely want to read up a little bit on the Raven Queen, and are there by any chance anything exciting in the alchemical agents?
I would say the one that you can probably see the most is one that seems to be, I'd probably say just from the name, called The Climax of Alchemy.
I'll just grab those two books.
And there is a extensive amount of books here about the Raven Queen.
I will start reading through those.
I'm gonna do some on vampirism, of course.
Of course. If you're looking for some that are on vampirism, are you looking for romance or are you looking for actual books?
Knowledge on vampires, like maybe how they avoid sun damage, and just the ins and outs of vampires.
I would say the book you probably find that would kind of speak to you most is one that says Commanders of the Moon. All right. So you guys will be reading that. Anybody else doing anything else? Ruin is out back fighting and can practice with the practice dummies, which it's almost like a little mini obstacle course. It's kind of set up that random kind of dummies will pop up at different times depending on which levels you press on the wall.
Oh, neat. Is there any like other weapons here? Or no?
Oh yeah, there's a rack of a bunch of different weapons. There's a great axe, there's a double axe, There's long swords, staffs, a couple of bows, mostly melee things. There's like a huge chain and flail. There's a random ass cannonball sitting there for some reason. Even though there's no cannon, there's just a cannonball.
Neat. Is there like a great sword in there?
There is a great sword and a bastard sword.
Ooh. I will grab bastard sword.
It's nice as it seems to be about 5 feet in length, as it has kind of elongated middle that kind of has little edges that kind of spark out from the blade as another blade catcher, in addition to the hilt that then extends out into a beautiful, clean blade that seems to have a diamond tipped edge, is the best way to say it.
Oh.
And as you pick it up, you hear a voice says, "Those are the province of Lord Grog. Please make sure that you return the items when you are done."
Yeah. Got it. I was just curious on it. Because I'm looking at it and I was like, I have the power!
And you just see a guard's like, "Why does everyone do that?" All right. And
So
with,
I will probably get some practice in with that.
sounds good. With that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break as I have to take a bio break myself. And then we'll be back to finish this up.
Boo! I mean, cool.
You'll suffer.
I mean, not saying that I haven't gotten up like 3 times myself to go do random shit.
Oh, ditto.
Same.
Especially since I got a new idea in my head that I want to try out.
I get what you're trying to do though as well, Incog, but I also genuinely want all of Vox Machina there to have their input in the sense of I'm going to be asking to essentially enter Vax's tomb, and I don't want it to just be one person to decide. I want to talk to all of Vox Machina about this. I'm hoping to that if I weigh it on just the sister, it's a lot harder. If I can convince other members of Vox Machina, I'm hoping to slowly tip it in my favor.
Oh yeah, I mean that was generally Tyler's idea of like, if we can get someone she knows to speak reasonably to her, then perhaps that will, favor us. And while Skylan wouldn't be my first choice, he's the most, convenient at the time.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Kind of why I'm hinting that you all might be needed in Whitestone, in the sense of that's how I plan on opening it. Is I'd like to speak with all of Vox Machina on the subject of Vaxeldon and his entombment, because I can slowly hand out the information that I have, and it's kind of one of those. I'm hoping they'll understand. At least one of them will understand.
Oh yeah.
Especially now that Scanlan has told us what's currently going on there. Yes, it's a distraction, but maybe this can also help.
Yeah. Nope, not that one.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
Oh, it is.
I'm back with minutes to spare. Nice.
Yay!
Minutes to spare of what?
I said 5 minutes, only took 3. It's great.
Oh, that's
Neat.
Perfect.
So with that being said, you all are running around the building enjoying yourselves. As you then come to find out, there apparently seems to be scheduled tours of Grey Skull Keep that Scanlan leads throughout the day as people pay to come visit.
Oh, neat. I guess after a few hours of playing around in Grog's little area, I'll head over to the library.
Easy enough. As you can see, there seems to be a fiction and non-fiction side. There's plenty of fiction books out there also.
I am looking for more mechanical stuff.
For the mechanical books, you do see a couple that's out there. From what you can see, it says the book you probably would see the most that you like is the one that seems to say Gears and Sprockets. Where there's also one that says Well, it just has a book that's titled Cord.
Just title core.
Cord, Kord.
K-O-R. Oh, cord. All right, I'll grab them both.
Gears and Sprocket seems to have some type of details of creating some type of automaton of some type.
Oh.
It looks a bit complex, but there's a lot of pictures and diagrams with a lot of detailed parts that are labeled and things you don't fully understand. But the mechanical part, you can see how the joints would move, and you're like, yeah, this could be a whole thing. It would just be like a huge metal man that walks around. As for the one of Cord, you like that one because it seems to be speaking about some type of forge of creation that the god Cord of Battle in the Forge seems to actually use to craft weapons for his warriors in combat.
Oh, forge.
Yes, indeed. Apparently speaks of some type of hidden forge here on the material plane that has been left vacant since the gods left after the divergence.
Ruin wants to make notes of that. Abandoned?
Abandoned god forge that has been laying dormant for thousands of years.
Xanar was dead for Convergence, correct? Well,
For the divergence?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, technically you were there for the beginning of it.
Gotcha.
It just vaguely speaks about it, like, oh, there's an abandoned forge, God forge.
Basically saying it exists, nobody knows where the fuck is at.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's basically more speaking about the fact that Cord used such a forge, but it's just assumed to still be untouched as it hasn't been located since.
We can always go searching for it, Ruin.
Yeah, it's already crossed Ruin's mind. He has made a note, like a specific note, must find.
God forge.
Just because it's a forge that no one has touched. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So it resonates with him because he is.
Considered a forge that is always lit and heated without being stoked. That anything forged from there can be enhanced to its greatest potential.
Yeah, it's in a volcano.
And then it mentions that something called, it's one of the forges where something, it has it listed kind of down in a notation that seems to be written in, but it's written in some type of language you don't understand. But there seems to be some scribbled notation at the side of it.
I will write it in my best handwriting to copy that.
All right.
And hopefully, I don't know, like, Sim, can you read that?
I'll take a look at it.
It's written in Sylvan and it says vestiges of divergence.
Yeah, it's translates to the vestiges of divergence.
And you see it also underlined. You see another word phrase kind of marked down a little bit from it. This underline. This says cloak of the Raven Queen.
Where did you find this one, Ruin?
It was just sitting there. And I point to the shelf that I took it from.
Yeah.
Okay. Does it read any more on that?
I don't know, because I literally start showing him the book. Like I'm reading it as it goes. Like I only grabbed it because it forge.
Which actually you see it also marked down Death Walker's Ward, and you see the word Vax written down next to it. You also see a list of other items that seem to be almost on this small little handout sheet that's written inside of it. Which there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that are written there.
I will ask Sin to translate for me as I write them all down.
Yeah, I'll skip the Raven Queen one, but I'll start reading off the others.
All right. The first one is called Cabal's Ruin. Like a thieving cabal, Cabal's Ruin. You already know about the Death Walker's Ward. The next one is called Fenthras, Fenthras. The next one is called Myth Carver. Then the next one is called Plate of the Dawn Martyr. Spire of Conflux is the next one. Titanstone Knuckles.
What was it? Agnic Stone?
Titanstone.
Titan.
So like a Titan and stone is one word, and then Knuckles, like Sonic and Tails. And then the last one mentioned is Whisper.
Ooh. Does it say what any of these are? Other than the obvious one?
It actually has other names kind of listed, not on that page, but across from it. It has listed in the same order Percy, Vax, Vex, Scanlan, Pike, Keyleth, Grog, Vax.
Oh, okay, so this is all their stuff.
Sin, make a knowledge history check for me.
Okay. Knowledge history is a grand total of a nat 20 plus 4 for a 24.
You would remember that in the fight against Vecna, there was something said that they used something called Vestiges of Divergence that were gifts from the gods. They're generally used by their champions to be able to destroy and fight against the power that Vecna had acquired as an ascended godling. And you realize that this list matches what you start to think about it. And you're like, oh. And you realize that this list, just from the way this place was organized, was probably written by Percy himself. And this was probably his personal book.
Be careful with this book, Ruin. Don't damage it in any way, okay?
Gotcha. Yeah, if Ruin continues to read this book, he wants to absorb all the knowledge he can from this. He will even copy down certain shit.
Easy enough for you to do. It just seems to mention that there's something about there being weapons that were designed by the prime deities. Deities generally do good. And that there are many more that were also created by the fallen deities, or considered darker gods, that tend to have very dangerous side effects of their use.
Ooh.
Pretty.
Yes, the only one of those that actually mentions that is known is one called the Pyremaul. Pyremaul. That is unknown, but it's said to be a massive hammer of deep red iron that has a brilliant fire opal that shimmers with eternal flame. And that whoever is holding it is immune to the effects of the elements at times.
Artemis like, did we see that in grain?
From the way this is describing it, be a different hammer than the one you saw. Wasn't any red gem in the one you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Darn.
But you can imagine it would be something in that scale.
Gotcha. Let's say, other than that, Sin is just going to try and pass time until Lady Pike returns.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Ruin's already like stuck into that. He's like, oh, got that whole book. If he can finish that before Pike gets here, before the nightfall, he's gonna move around, look around to see if he can find another book like that.
I would say it takes a lot, just because you normally don't read a lot. It's a lot of the book to read in. A lot of it you have to read a couple of times to kind of get an idea of what they're saying. As it's not in so much straight language as in more in Shakespearean lore style speak, in iambic pentameter. So you're like, okay, I read the words, what the fuck are they trying to say? Just say the thing, bro.
Immediately just Sin, translate.
Bouncing back and forth, trying to read my own stuff.
Yes, but
Words
eventually,
too big.
I would say eventually you'd be able to get through there with Sin trying to read for you and also read his book. Eventually, over the hours, you would get there. As the different tours come through, as you guys are sitting there, and Scanlan's like, these are some house guests from Aegis Academy. They're doing research because, we have a famous library by the legendary Vox Machina. Of course, we have good stuff in here. Right, guys? Right.
And hello, people.
A lot of people kind of like, ooh, oh, nice. Oh, look at that, baby. It's a talking bird man.
Are they human?
Yeah, they're all human. They look to be very foppishly dressed.
They all look the same.
Very accurately. They all look to be somewhere in their like late 50s to 70s.
They all would be nice.
They'll all be nice.
Do I look this? It's like, do I look like that to you, Ruin? At least when I'm like this.
No, you're a hairless dwarf.
You know that's an insult to dwarves, right?
Yeah, that's why you're a hairless one.
Hey!
With that, the time passed throughout the day, and eventually, Pike comes home, and you hear the little boy all of a sudden yelling that there's guests, to which they're talking about, and you hear a guard come and say to you, Lady Pike has arrived back home if you would all like to gather upstairs.
Yay! I think I'm finished with this book. I'm gonna put it back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will send a message out on my card to all of the team, and then one to Master Celine.
In which he gets in and says, I shall be there promptly. With that, you just hear, as you're walking upstairs, like, oh, God, it was such a long day. It was so many people needing so many things and asking so many questions, and it was always help this and help with that. Oh, I'm so tired.
Now that Ruin feels bad.
Scratching the back of my neck like, ugh.
Tyler's gonna be like chuckling to himself, like, "Oh, this is gonna be one of those times."
It's like, oh. And Ruin's like, and she thought she had the day off or the night off. I guess not.
But you hear Scanlan like, yeah, so about that, babe, we have some guests from Aegis Academy, mostly kids. And you hear the little boy says, Daddy was also cursing, like, shut the fuck up. And he didn't eat his diet, Mommy. He was eating roast pork. And as you're walking around, you see her holding her little boy's like, Scanlan, did you eat roast pork? There were guests, babe. I couldn't very well feed them grass and leaves and shit that you make me eat. That would be rude.
Dave's getting
If Ruin would have heard that, he would be like, I would have been fine with vegetables.
You just see Scanlan just shoot you, just look like betrayal, bro.
I mean,
Tyler,
I eat. That's it.
Tyler, be like, I do appreciate the meat-based meal.
See? And Pike just kind of looks at you with these loving eyes like, I know what you're trying to do. And then with that, she kind of puts it down, and you realize that she's wearing this kind of golden armor with the silver armor with gold highlights with a huge ruby jewel in the middle. And for you, Sid and Ruin, you realize this is probably the plate of the Dawn Martyr.
Oh, I was like, Ruin's literally gonna be pulling on Sin. Like, he's gonna lift Sin up. He's like, this is what we read.
Yes, Ruin, it is.
And she just kind of looks around and is like, so what do you need help with? What's the thing? And Scanlan's like, yeah, so one of them is kind of like a vampire.
Ruin immediately points to Luna.
Yeah, it's kind of like a thing, so maybe you could do like the whole super champion of good healing stuff thing, baby. It's like, I can't heal everything, but I will try. And she kind of just looks at you like, could you come here, please? And she kind of holds out her hands to you gently.
Do I still have that book?
Can you what?
I have that. Do I? I'm sorry. the mic wasn't close enough. Do I still have that book?
I mean, if you didn't put it back, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I still have the book. I walk up to her.
Mhm. And she asks to take your hand and says, "If it begins to hurt at any time, just please let me know."
I nod my head and say thank you for this.
And she closes her eyes and begins to kind of chant and channel and begin to glow. And you see these. Suddenly, as she's saying, you see what looks to be angelic wings seem to sprout from the back of her armor and spread out, larger than yours, Ruin.
It was like her wings are bigger than mine.
This is really scaring me because she's an angel. Is this positive energy? I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, it's all too late at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I might die. Okay, that's beautiful. That's wonderful. Let's get it on with. Yep.
Thought about
Okay.
that.
Very true. But then she like starts to chant. And she's like, "Wait." And she just opens her eyes, which are glowing with some of this golden radiant energy. And you just hear a voice kind of normally say, "You're not a vampire."
What?
Why did I bite Ruin? Why
Yeah.
did I longer fangs? What's wrong with me?
And
Why can't I be in the sun?
And you see her kind of like close her eyes for a moment. She says, "You may have been a vampire, but you're not one right now." And she kind of like, she's like, "Oh, Scanlan, what do vampires? Can they like do stuff really well?" He's like, "I mean, they really have a great ability to bite things. Bite." As he was about to say a different word.
Can I smell? Can I hear the same as I was?
Make a perception check.
That's a nat one.
You realize that your senses do not seem to be as sharp as they were earlier today.
Hmm.
And then she's like, "Scanlan, come here for a minute." He's like, "Of course, babe." When I was there, she gives him a kiss on the cheek. He's like, "Now remember that I love you." He's like,
No.
"Wait, why do you say that?" And you see her like pinch his like skin to like pinch off a little bit of his skin with her arm. It's like, the fuck? Why would you even? And you see it. And you see like a little blood drip from his hand. He puts him out like, and then you see her like look towards you and like gesture towards the blood, and you don't have any desire to be near it at all. And she reaches a hand out and like heals her husband.
Talu was laughing at this point. He's like,
Yeah, you noticed that from the way that she did it, she has these huge gauntlets on. Like that shit would be like the Hulk pinching your skin off. Like that should happen instantly with like little zero effort.
Ow.
No, like, it's just like, that's gotta
No,
hurt.
I can't even.
And as she's like healing him and patting him, was like, "And next time, baby, we'll not remember to lie about why you were eating pork and not fisting your diet, so you don't die because you're old as shit. Remember, babe?"
Physical abuse. She just abused her, and we didn't say anything about it, guys.
I mean, I'm
did-
laughing about it.
Yeah.
Now, Bruin already pictures his
You're
life just being just like that if you messed up. The
Okay,
future.
well, what time is it right now?
Hammer time.
It's roughly about 7 p.m.
No, I'm sorry, go on.
It's roughly about 7 p.m. as you see Celine beginning to walk into the room, saying, "Greetings and apologies for being late. I was returning one of the teams to the Sky Sword."
Is it sunny outside still? Is there at least some sun, or no, not at all?
I would say the sun is setting. If you would like to try to go outside now in the setting
I am
sun.
going outside right now. I am going outside at this moment.
Okay. As you walk down the hallway, you can see kind of the main door there where you know on the other side is the sun. Do you open it?
Yes.
And as you pull the door open, you can see the last rays of daylight as the sun starts to peek under the horizon.
And am I okay? Am I alive? Does it hit me at all, or no? I can't. It doesn't hit me. I can't feel the sun.
I would say you don't seem to feel any sun on you at all.
That's sad. That's depressing. But okay, whatever. I'll find out tomorrow. I believe her. I believe I'm fine. But like until like, I feel that. Nah.
And then
Talu's gonna tell you. Talu will tell you like, hold your breath.
Yeah, if you're
Oh yeah. Okay,
if
I'm
you
gonna
have
hold
a
my breath.
pulse.
I'm gonna say, wait, check for a heartbeat.
No, do the breath thingy first. It's,
I want to do the breath.
Look in the mirror.
I
I'm
think
just gonna
that's
do
what
the
she would do.
practical thing and
Okay,
ask Lady
okay.
Pike.
She's walking to Ruin as she's holding her breath. Okay, does that
Okay.
satisfy you?
Yeah, as you're walking up and holding your breath, but you hold it for. Let's see here. You do realize that you're breathing again, but you naturally always breathe because that's just such a reflex. You hold your breath for about almost a minute as you start to feel your lungs burn again. You're like, the fuck? And you
Wow.
eventually just and start to breathe again as you were starting to turn blue.
Imagine if that had worn off while I was in the bag.
Yeah, you'd have been fucked.
You would have died.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would have. Good character.
all right, Dice Mommy. Have a good night. Take care.
Hi, guys.
Bye, ma'am.
Good night.
Get your butt in bed.
I'm glad you are well, Luna.
So what actually happened to Luna?
She
We
turned
saw-
into a thing, I guess. I don't know. She passed out. We got up. She bit the shit out of me. And we had a spat where I threw her down and punched her in the face.
Yeah, but she burst into flames when she touched the sun, not but a day ago.
2 days ago, yeah.
I mean, maybe it was just not permanent. You know what I mean?
It must have been temporary.
Can vampirism be temporary?
I guess so. I mean, it can be healed. I've already heard that it can be healed, and if you're not born as one, you can be healed.
Ruin's literally questioning, like, can vampirism just be temporary?
Well, I mean, there's lots of trains of thought about that. Well, so some believe it just to be a disease and someone powerful can cure it, like me, and others believe that it's uncurable, that it's just the way that some things are. So, maybe?
Look
Okay,
right
well,
back.
Ruin is proof that I definitely was a vampire.
I point straight to my neck.
Yeah, I think that's gonna leave a scar. So there's visible proof. Like, it's not just like we were all having a mass hallucination.
And she's like, oh, I believe you. I guess I'm just glad that everything's okay.
I'm validating myself because this was a very traumatic experience, and it's not truly setting in that I'm okay now. Or yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Or at least you're okay for now.
Mine.
So that means it could come back?
You don't know.
I don't like that. I don't like
Ruin already asked. It's too late.
I don't like
And
that.
Pike says, well, I didn't cure it. I don't know if it'll come back or not. I would guess how long did you have it?
For what was like a how long was it?
Days.
Then
It was,
2 days.
it was almost a week.
well, yeah, because it would have been a week.
Really?
since we
Because you
got
guys
back.
would have had to travel back from.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. That's right. Okay, that makes sense.
Because you had days of travel, then you had a couple of days back, and then another day of travel to get to here.
So about 4 or 5 days.
Do you does the book tell me if like an umbrella would do just fine, or like do they need more to be in the sun?
As far as it says that you can have no direct contact with sunlight, and filter light is also still harmful.
So no.
So no.
So
all
you
of it.
can cover up, you can, but if you get sunlight on you, you're fucked. So
Yes.
like
In any
mistake.
manner. Well, if I like stood up completely, like the guy that is in your on your picture right now, the
You'd have to be like full fucking body plate armor, no
Yeah.
crack.
that's
At
what
all.
Yeah, you would basically have to be like that. You'd have to be covered from head to toe, so no part of you is exposed to the actual light itself.
So like blackout curtains type of clothing.
it's doable, just impractical.
just it's doable with extreme risk. It's like not worth it to try, bro.
Okay. Well, it's not that I want to be a vampire, but like
If you
he
were,
is making me nervous, and I do want to know that I can leave Like, I'm gonna be like fully covered for like a month after I feel the sun for the first time, just because I would be a little too paranoid about it coming back and dying. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Completely
What?
fair, though.
What? No.
Yeah, yeah. You are like that. No.
Me?
I don't trust you.
What?
No.
Damn.
Me?
No.
No. What?
Burst into flames during the beach episode.
That would be traumatic.
Oh god, that'd be horrible.
Look, the water's right there, so I mean.
No. No.
But yeah, Pike says you seem to be healthy, I guess, or healed. I don't sense any disease or anything in you.
Is that
Well. Okay. Alright then. Cool
Thank you
beans.
for your confirmation, then, ma'am. Apologies for requesting something after you had finished your work for the day.
Yes, it is very much appreciated.
You know what? It's perfectly fine. I mean, she kind of looks at Celine. It's almost like we're family. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I shouldn't have said that.
I'm like, what does she mean? Ruined immediately asked, like, what does that mean?
You hear Scanlan, like, take his finger out, like, so, oh, you can say that, but I was wrong.
Tyler's like, is there any more of that pork?
What does that mean?
I think everyone knows that Sparata and the Queen did the deed, but
The horizontal hustle.
Us family, you know what I mean? Is she like in some way related to you or me? Or is she talking?
She was
Just
talking
that-
to Celine, that we're like family.
Oh, Celine. Okay. Celine. That I forgot Celine was here. My bad.
What is-
And you see Pike just kind of like, yeah, so, you guys have a good trip? Celine's like, yes, we do have to get going. We have to travel to Whitestone. If you could send word that we'd be arriving there sometime within a day or so, day or two. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, of course, I will. Yeah, I can have that done right now. You're Scanlan yell, Belvedere, write a letter to Vex and Percy. He said he'll do it.
Tyler's gonna nudge, saying like, hey, you gonna ask Pike as well, right?
yeah, I was just about to.
Hmm?
I notified your husband as well that you all might want to arrive at Whitestone as well in the next few days. There is a topic that I need to speak with everyone on.
It kind of looks like, wait, why would you need me and Scanlan to be there? I mean, we can get Kaylee to babysit, of course. That's not a problem. Little Noah, but why would you need all of us?
More all of Vox Machina. It's a personal matter.
Well, okay, I guess I should let everyone know to be aware in the next few days for that.
Please, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I was gonna say Grog is normally there, but he was off in Vasselheim in the Crossroads because of some type of training with the Storm Father or whatever that guy's name is.
Stormfather, what is that?
And you see Scanlan visibly shake for a minute. It's like, I don't want to think about it. We don't talk about him in this house.
What is it that bad?
Is it Stormfather? Call him Storm Daddy.
Stop.
Not fun.
Can I call him?
I just thought of something so much worse that could be said. Does that mean he gets people wet?
And he just kind of looks at him and is like, it's not the Storm Father. It's like his name is, it's Groom.
Room?
Yeah, if you ever happen to go by Vasselheim's, there's this huge temple to Cord, and there's this scary, wisdom, long-bearded, bare-chested monk guy named Groon who beat the shit out of Grog, Vax, and me once to prove a point to Grog's dumbass.
Alright, Groon. Superior buff guy.
Mhm. And he's like, oh, she's like, oh yes, now I remember him. I've met him now. It's Earthbreaker Groom. And you see Scanlan shiver when he says, like, that's the guy. Here we were thinking we were all bad and tough, and then like all these monks were around, and there was just this guy with like these pants and bare chested with like this necklace of like beads around his neck and a beard, and his eyes, his fucking eyes, his eyes glow. He just doesn't have pupils, they're just glowing eyes, and he just whooped our ass. Asking Grog where his strength came from, and he kept saying his friends and shit. Getting our asses whooped too.
Wait, he whooped all of Vox Machina?
No, I
And
think
he just
he just
kind of like, no, not all of us. Pike is like, yeah, he never beat my ass. I wouldn't get my ass whooped.
Right.
So you beat Scanlan, you beat Grog, you beat
And Vax all at once.
Vax as well.
Yes.
Wow.
Scanlan's like, yes, he beat the three of us at once. The shit was, it's embarrassing to talk about.
That sounds so awesome.
We don't talk about it.
We don't talk about Bruno.
That is crazy.
I have made a new
Carlos
Ruin
gonna
has-
look at Ruin and be like, "Don't you dare fucking challenge him.
Too late.
I'm
not
nowhere
helping
near
you."
this. I'm nowhere near this."
And you just say Scanlan says, now if that happens, don't go with them because like there's this fighting pit in the ground that's like 60 feet, but it's like 30 feet down that you have to drop into of all sand. And then all these fucking monks are around you, but you can watch. And if they say some bullshit, they'll just shove you into it.
What? What?
Ruin's so excited.
Because we didn't have to fight. We were just there to support Grog and watch him do his thing. But then he was like, my friends are my strength, and pointed at us. And then Groon raised a hand, and fucking monks kicked us into the goddamn pit, too.
Oh,
That's pretty.
Ruin is as giddy as a.
Cool girl.
And it was weird because it used to just look like a regular old buff dude. But then he like was meditating this one day and his eyes started glowing. He just never stopped. And he's always talking and his voice seems to like echo and shit for no reason. And he can even talk in your mind and shit.
I wonder if he knows
Avatar state,
saying
bro.
Keto. I'm gonna have to ask him whenever I get back.
Well, let's make it back first, Ruin.
Because he was
Let's
groomed
make-
before, and then all of a sudden he just starts to refer to himself as the Earthbreaker. And you see Pike is like, he's a really nice guy in the council meetings.
Oh.
You don't
And
have
you
to
just see
know.
Scanlan like, he's a really nice guy in the council meetings.
oh.
Oh. Well, I
Until
believe
like
we've
Pike kind
darkened-
of turns to him and is like, yeah, so my husband's an ass. I apologize for that. He's like, I didn't even do. Fuck.
I believe we've darkened your doorstep for
Mm-hmm.
long enough. Thank you, Lady Pike.
She's like, it's perfectly fine. My husband's just gonna sleep under the stars and commune with his goddess. He's like, but I didn't even do anything. You can be one with the knowing mistress as you're her champion and ask her for some wisdom. You with your dumb ass.
Ruin's gonna be like, oh wait, we never got to see the workshop downstairs.
Even on the couch, but outside. But
Probably out in the courtyard. The way it
Okay.
sounds is that this has happened before.
oh,
Yeah.
He is,
I have a feeling we're gonna be back sooner or later, Ruin.
She scares me.
All right. Well,
Yes, but like, damn.
by the power of Grayskull.
I mean, Sarah and Ray doesn't really do forgiveness.
Damn. Okay.
Sarah and Ray be about that life. She'll help you until she's like, nah, you fucked up. And then that's when you get the blicky.
Okay.
Got to ask, what is it like being friends with No Mercy Percy?
She's like, oh, Percy? You're asking Pike?
Yes, like
She's like-
he's like,
Pike. She's like, oh, Percy? Percy's great. He has all these great one-liners and he's nice and kind. And once upon a time, I used to think that maybe there was something kind of between us. Scanlan was like, what? She's like, that was long before I ever took you seriously. It's like, but I wanted to. Okay, you're right. I didn't want to really have a relationship. I was just trying to, do what I do best. But I mean, baby, the cube. I got the cube.
The cube.
Yes, as he's pointing to his crotch.
God.
Nope. Sin is
So his
Sin is 100% ready to leave. He's already sweating it bad enough.
Yeah,
So
Does that
I
mean
don't like this.
this is a square?
And
Well, thank you,
Is that
guys.
how it's supposed to look?
it's just I've been
I'm
such
gonna
a
go.
fan. I've been a Percy fan for like long time. You think he'll sign my guitar?
If you ask him to, he probably will. Percy has a massive ego, almost as big as Scanlan. And you see Scanlan nodding like, that's true. That's true.
Like physically? Like that doesn't seem very big.
Ooh.
And you just hear Pike start to giggle. And Scanlan just looks at you like, how dare you, of all people, betray me? Get out of my house. All of you. Get out. Get out.
No, I didn't mean any offense. I just meant
Get out. Since I'm so small, I'm going to be really small about this. Get out. Everybody.
Ruin's like, why are we being shoot out? What do we do now?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you get kicked out of your house too? Hold on.
Damn, bro.
And I don't know.
Well,
I
I
think
feel
we
that
should-
anyways, I was gonna just turn back into a bird. Go back.
Mm-hmm. Which, you see everybody starting to leave out. Celine kind of thanks Pike again. Thank you very much, Lady Pike. It's like, yeah, I can't really kick you out because you're strong as shit too, but the rest of y'all, get out, get out. And you see a huge purple hand start to appear to like shove you out of the door.
It's like, I'm already headed out. You're at the shove
It's
me.
like that, huh?
It's like,
I don't want to punch this hand.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the hand is like roughly, I'd say about 15 feet tall and kind of expands as it goes outside of the room as it gets more room to expand into its full size. And it's purple and translucent, but it feels solid as shit.
Ruin's gonna knock on it.
Oh yeah, it feels like boom, 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 boom.
Oh.
Glass.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of with a howl, yeah, kind of like pushes you all out the door, and the hand closes the door behind it. Boom.
Rude.
And then till you see the door open back up again like a minute later as you guys are walking to the other side of the courtyard. And you see Scanlan kind of step outside of it holding like what looks to be some type of duffel bag.
oh,
Damn.
Like,
And the
I'm
door
like, damn.
the door closed behind him as you hear a little voice go, ha 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 ha.
That sucks. All right, Sin, come on, let's go. Grab him and just whee.
And Celine kind of looks to you all and says, yes, you would need assistance, won't you? And she kind of waves her hand, and all of you begin to levitate again, and she flies up. As she casts
Look,
mass
Sin, he's
fly.
doing it again.
So I was just like,
Yep.
And with that, as you're getting back up there, you see Angelus flying in, holding Seryu,
Hey, see, look, he can fly.
as they seem to have been coming in from Iman.
Ah.
And you see Celine, their eyes like, where did you go?
Uh-oh.
Sis, I don't ask your business. Why would you ask mine? Kind of with a wink.
Mm.
If you'd really like to know, there's this lovely house of ill repute where the ladies will, she's like, that's enough. Don't need to know any of that information. Well, you asked, so I was merely going to tell you. They do this thing with this kind of like cream brulee thing that's. And he kind of gets cut off, and she like raises a hand and silences him with a spell. And,
Now
she-
the tricky part.
and he just kind of like is looking like all mad, still trying to talk. And then you see him starting to like mimic with his hands what he's talking about.
It's like, Cindy, what's that gesture?
I don't know. I have other things to worry about, Ruin. I apologize.
With that, you see her say, "We're going to Whitestone immediately. In fact, we're going to travel expeditiously. We need to be there by morning." And you see his eyes kind of go wide, and you don't know what he's saying, but it looks like he's saying it at a high-pitched volume and is very animated.
Does he look happy or upset?
He
looks
looks pretty pissed. It's kind of like if your boss told you at the end of your shift, yeah, today you're finna pull a double.
He did this to himself.
So she just kind of stares there calmly until he like finally kind of tires himself out. And then she kind of just like tilts her head at him and he just throws his hands up and walks towards the actual wheel to start captaining the ship. With that all, children, I would suggest get something to eat and rest as we shall arrive at Whitestone in the morn. And I doubt that things will go as easy as they did today, though Luna, I am glad that you are healed, however may that be.
Smiling because me too.
Oh, with that being said, did anybody else take their books that they had from the library?
No, I put mine back specifically because I was told to be very careful with it, so I returned it.
Nice.
That's why I copied it.
Also good.
I would have used my scriber's chant to copy the 2 books I was reading.
Nice. Easy enough to do. So only Luna stole a book.
Didn't mean to. Oops. Yeah.
The thievery.
Oops.
Hey, it happens.
I mean, you can get it back when we're back in Whitestone.
Yeah. I did ask them to be there, and you'll see them in a day or so.
Word. Here's this book I stole from you.
Do you remember the title of the book?
Commanders of the Moon, I think, maybe? No.
No, that's
No.
it.
That was correct.
Okay, well.
Write that down.
I think I did, but I wasn't. Hold on. I was gonna move it in my notes and then forgot to rewrite it down. That's what happened. Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
I'm definitely going to be writing out my speech in Tegu while I'm eating dinner, so I know what I actually want to say in front of the queen.
Nice enough for you to do as you're doing your thing.
I would probably go eat, and then also while eating, take out my little journal that has on the front page, dream journal, and then like that's gonna be my designated book for all Zaldar related things.
Oh, that reminds me.
To Avalier, but like very much the idea of like I'm labeling this so boringly that no one's gonna be interested in it.
Yay. Ruin's gonna make that little bracelet for Sin, and he's gonna carve out that little from a stick that he probably found or picked up.
All right.
Horrible.
Wanda's gonna go hang out with Team 2.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna carve out the little stick and stuff for Sin. So
Easy
he'll
enough.
probably be downstairs working on a little table or something, like in the galley. He'll be working on it.
Easy enough for you to be able to do as you guys are all spreading out. When you come in to see Team 2, you'll see that Get Kith, Rhett, and Zanzanika sitting there with Adam, Kat, and Zayak on opposite sides of the room. As Avarice is not in here, as you actually wouldn't know where Avarice is right now. Never mind.
Just say, hey everybody, we are back.
To which there's a nod, to which Get Kith kind of there says, we felt the ship taking off, which meant that you must have returned.
Maybe you guys would want to hang out a little, no?
And you see them kind of look, each side kind of look at each other like, I guess that we can. And you see Kat says, Avarice didn't specifically say we couldn't.
Avarice doesn't allow you to have downtime.
We do. She just kind of wants us to use it to be better.
Productive.
What is more productive than building camaraderie?
You hear Zayak laughs like, have you met Avarice?
I've actually tried to a couple times. She doesn't like to talk much. Well, I guess This depends on who she's talking to, which I understand.
Kind of nods your way a little bit and says, "Well, what would you like to talk about?" As Get Kith kind of motions towards you.
Well, how about the game? And I don't know. Maybe we have like cards around here or something.
And you hear Adam kind of say, "What didn't the last game you play end up with his
What?
team dying?"
You kind of cut out the race.
Not a problem. He says,
Yeah.
"Isn't the last game that you played ended up with his team dying?"
Oh.
That's what Adam said?
That's what Adam said in a very deadpan voice.
Why did he say that? His team didn't die.
No, he's pointing at Get Kith and them.
Oh.
Well, I was thinking something a little more tame, perhaps poker, chess,
Goldfish.
Uno. Is there Uno?
I mean,
You don't play Uno against people with rocky relationships? That destroys
Yeah.
relationships.
Exactly.
You don't play Monopoly against people like that.
Yeah, I think that's Monopoly more than Uno.
I mean,
Monopoly-
Monopoly and Uno, because Uno people tend to take personally also because you got to destroy somebody one-on-one.
Yeah, some people are mad that you make them draw so many cards.
Take that shit
I
personally.
will drop a fucking draw 4 upon another draw 4. You think I ain't scared of that shit?
See,
And then
that-
I'll pick purple.
that's when you hit them with the challenge rule.
And be like, bitch, I only have 2 cards. And you picked red, I got blue.
Or we could play something else, like No Two Truths and a Lie, or Truth or Dare, or Never
Pick a
Have.
bottle.
I like
what?
that one. Mm-hmm.
Wait, what did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Spin the bottle. It says spin the bottle.
In the bottle. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
To which you see Get Kith kind of stand up and says, "I actually have a question, Wanda. Is Luna spoken for?"
This
Is
motherfucker.
Luna spoken for? She speaks for a lot of things. What do you mean?
Oh, that was awesome.
I'm
She's
asking
hungry.
if she has a sexual partner. Does she have a
Oh.
companion?
Oh,
I mean, he could ask me.
not to my knowledge. You'd have to ask her, to be honest. We've been pretty busy. I'd find it hard to imagine having the time to find one, but
Next
Um,
time.
I will
Well-
see about trying to make time for her.
I mean,
Oh.
Ruin managed to pull it off.
Mm-hmm. Ruin had some.
Yeah, but look how rocking that relationship's gotten.
I know, right?
okay. Well, Wanda doesn't
I
know
mean, but
that
he had some
either.
though. That's the point.
Mhm.
He found time.
Well, yeah,
Here's
but
the
Wanda doesn't know that either. So, well, that's
I mean,
okay.
don't we though?
Like, basically,
It
right
was
now,
kind of obvious when he went on his first date with her and didn't come back, right?
That's also
Yeah.
true.
I mean, it is obvious, especially Adam. He definitely knew.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Let's clarify here. It was obvious for most people.
There we go. There we go. It doesn't have to be obvious for you. It's okay.
Yeah, it's obvious and then painfully obvious.
And you just hear Adam says, "I'm sure that she won't mind you whoring yourself out to her." To which you see Get Kith stand up and look at him and says, and you see him kind of like hold himself for a moment like he's about to say something. Adam stand up just as fast and kind of give him a head nod like, "Whenever you're ready."
Ooh, there is some serious tension there. Whoa, what the hell?
Damn.
Wanda's just like, so rock paper scissors, or
I don't think it's about that.
No, he's basically Wanda's trying to like defuse it, like offering more games.
that's just like I'm here.
Okay.
I was doing a
That makes
whole
sense.
Mhm.
You know?
Which is kind of funny, but then you hear Rhett kind of give a slight chuckle, and Zanzanique says, "You know what? That is true. You would think that being Avarice's bitch would teach him some manners."
Ooh,
Hurtful.
Get out of there, Wanda.
Hurtful.
Yeah.
Abort.
Run.
You need to leave. You need to leave.
And you see Adam start to slowly draw a dagger. Zag's like, Adam.
Oh no. Are you just gonna sit here?
You guys are, we are supposed to be comrades, yes?
And then Get Kith kind of looks at you and says, it'll only take a moment to put him back in his place.
Ah!
As he kind of stands up, you hear him like crack his fingers and knuckles by just balling them into fist. And you see Get Kith take a fighting stance, and Adam suddenly flashes out 2 daggers and takes a fighting stance. And you hear Cat says, oh my gods, can you two just get over yourselves? Every day it's about who has a bigger pissing contest with the other one. Newsflash, you both are Avarice's bitch. Is that clear? Does that make it easier? And you can see it kind of roll over and lean back in the bed. It's like, men are stupid. And then from behind you, Wanda, you hear, excuse me, you're kind of standing in my way.
Ooh.
As Avarice is standing behind you.
Ah, Aegis. Yes, we were trying to decide on a game to play, right? Right, guys? Right, guys?
Make a bluff check. At disadvantage, as Get Kith and Adam are in a fighting stance with weapons out.
Or one with weapons out.
Technically,
I'm doing a what?
Get's hands, it's a bluff check. And Get's hands are his weapons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You said a bluff check? Okay.
Oh,
Ooh. That's high. 28.
Damn, that's high for disadvantage. You must roll like pretty high ass shit.
Oh, you said disadvantage.
yes.
I'm sorry. That's significantly lower.
Oh no. No. Bluff the roll. Fuck it. It was 28.
Bluff the roll.
Nope.
Hey now.
Nope, that's a 13.
Oh no. Should have stuck with the
Roll.
28.
We are honest over here, man.
And she just kind of looks over at you. And takes a deep breath. And you hear her just begin to count 1, 2, and then she snaps her fingers on 3, and both of them instantly fall asleep where they're standing.
Powerful, man. What level of spell is that?
High. Very high.
Sleep's a pretty low level
I'm saying,
spell.
I think sleep is only like level 4.
But
Yeah,
I'm wondering at what level she did it at, though.
From what you can see, it didn't look like she cast any spell.
What?
Oh.
Does she have them hypnotized? Because that's so sad. Oh, I don't like that. I understand. You know, sadly, understand. Sad. That's so sad.
It's like a Queen's Commandment thing.
And
Yeah,
then she kind of looks over at Kat and she says, Adam started poking fun at him. They poked fun back, and before you knew it, she's like, okay. And with that, you hear her snap her fingers twice real quick, and they pop back awake, kind of with a blank look on their faces. The two of you are about to fight again. You understand what the punishment is. You can rest when you're done. And they each begin to sit down and begin doing push-ups. Which, as you can tell, Wanda, they seem to be trying to compete with themselves of doing the push-ups quicker.
Huh.
These
This is
motherfuckers got no chill.
Man, bro.
So what?
And Ruin's glad he's not there because you just want to compete to compete.
I suppose this could be a game. See who can do more push-ups. Yes.
And you hear them begin to start calling them out. 14, 15, 16, 17, 15, 16, 16. And they just seem to be going up and up and up. And they're just sitting there talking. You hear them say like 22, 24. Seems that Get has a slight advantage over Adam.
Dang. We're Adam.
I mean, Adam is trained to be a lot quicker. He's not trained to be as physically strong.
Yeah.
What exactly is I mean, it doesn't seem like you guys are very cohesive unit. And
I think she forces the cohesiveness.
The cohesion will be there. They've come a long way and they still have a long way to go. But I've never failed and I'm definitely not going to begin now just because of a few boys' bruised egos.
no doubt, no doubt. Hey, you know, we never really get the chance to hang out much either.
And she kind of nods and says, well, that's true. You're here now.
How about well, I guess you guys aren't much for games around here. So maybe we could I don't know, spar sometime.
Oh,
You want to spar with me?
Well, I don't know. It seems to be how everybody else here bonds and gets to know each other. And I don't really do much matches with people, but I could use the practice, you know.
I'm fine with that.
Test our spellcasting skills.
And you see her eyes flash for a moment and says, that would be an excellent test, actually.
Flash.
Exactly, exactly. I am a bit rusty myself. I'm not anything special, but you're pretty powerful. I mean, your talent is raw, but it's obvious.
My talent is raw.
Oh
Ooh.
no. Oh no. Oh.
But obvious.
Obviously raw.
The obvious.
Probably obvious.
It is a compliment, comrade.
I'm not sure whatever backwater country you come from where that would be considered a compliment.
Well, actually, I'm from Taldor.
Oh, I'm aware your accent gives you away. Though it is very low class Oparin, I would assume somewhere near the slums.
The Neros, yeah.
That fits.
Uh-huh. Right. So, anyway. Yeah.
Did you wish to spar now? I'm sure that they can make room on the upper deck.
Sure. That would be dope.
Excellent. I will meet you up there, and then you see her turn and step, and poof, pop.
You do this. You're not gonna die at all. It's okay. You're okay. You're gonna be okay.
I offended her, didn't I?
And you hear Kat and Zayek just kind of both nod their head along with Renton's ass and Nick like, yep, mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm.
Well, this will be fun, yes?
And you just hear Zayek kind of slowly let down as he opens some book like, you have a weird sense of what's fun.
Well, I'm going to go bar with Aegis now, I guess. So, are you guys going to keep doing push-ups, or, like, you want to come watch this?
And Kat says they're not allowed to stop until she says so.
Ah!
Damn.
That's sad.
But she left. Okay. Alright. No, I get it. That happens. That's actually accurate as fuck.
I mean, that's the equivalent of a coach saying you're gonna run till I'm tired.
Basically. Or you've been running and they said, I'm going to start counting when y'all really start running. Bruh. Can we not with the mental torch up in here? So, yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like Coach freaking flooded us whenever I made her mad.
That's your fault for making her mad.
It was amazing though. She never blew up like that.
But, yeah, Dexterly, she's waiting up for you on the upper deck.
Alright, bet. I'll grab my gear.
Mhm.
I'll let everyone know, hey, I'm sparring with Aegis real quick.
Tell them that you're sparring. I gotta watch this shit.
Like, has Ruin finished his little bracelet and stuff for Sid?
I'd say the small bracelet isn't that hard for you to make. Took you the better part of like 30 minutes, 45 minutes tops to get it to where you wanted it.
Okay, and how about the little effigy for Sid, like his little necklace, a wooden one?
Carving that you've been carving at it, you have the outline, you don't have it detailed yet.
Ah, got it. All right, well, since I have the outline, I'm going to hit up. Okay, well, this seems like it'd be interesting.
Also, cutting out, I'm going to fly somewhere up top, so I don't want to be close to this.
All right. Easy enough.
It's like you're kind of brave for wanting to fight against Avarice's spells. I got lucky and made it through because she was using some weird one to take over my body.
Yeah, Tyler's gonna remember that shit and start laughing.
And I also got blown up. So, good luck.
Wait, when
I'm
did you
on-
get blown up?
Oh,
I'm on the top deck, currently writing what I want to say. Do I see Avarice just pop into existence?
I would say make a perception check. If anything, because Celine would probably have been up there speaking with you at the time while you were doing your writing.
All right, that's 4 plus 12 for a 16.
Yeah, you'd have seen the magic pause because you'd have called the pause in Celine speaking, because Celine is always poised. She doesn't pause. But she sees her daughter operate into being and begin to demand that they clear the mid-deck.
everyone move.
Oh, that doesn't bode well.
Well, yeah, I think as we're headed upstairs, we're gonna be like, yeah. And then Sid said he was Celine's apprentice, and she blew me up.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
He got lucky. He got away from that.
So wait, she was mad about Sin being the apprentice and blew you up.
Well, it's because I didn't let her go, and I apparently did the wrong thing and told her to calm down. You don't tell a woman that when she's angry. I learned.
No, that's like saying relax to someone who's like really pissed.
See, that I did not know until I got blown up. Now I know.
So she basically blew up physically and literally. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, this is gonna be terrible. Let's go watch how this goes.
Right? You want a drink?
I think I'll pass, but I appreciate the offer.
All right, Ruin's gonna pull out his cake, pour himself back, put it back in. This should be interesting. Sit back and watch the show.
So yeah, as she's standing there, kind of on the far end, about 30 feet away, you see her kind of standing there with her arms crossed. As Celine begins to walk down from the floor back down there to find out what is going on.
Ruin will probably yell out, "Avarice, dear, please don't blow up Wanda too much."
Wanda like comes out from below deck and like trips over herself a little bit as she fumbles to get her armor on. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
here we go.
If you're getting your full armor on, that'll take you about a good 10 minutes or so to try to get it all set properly without some help.
Right, like I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, right, like so I tie it like this, and then just.
I mean, you
like,
know
trying to
how,
figure
but it's
out-
just like getting dressed. Like there's only so fast you can put on your armor properly.
Oh, I am speaking in Tegu. I am nervous, and I don't know how many other people can understand it, but it is frantic.
And as Celine walks down and goes towards Avarice and kind of looks at you all and says, "What is this? What is going on?" And Avarice
just-
says, "It's simple, Mother. I was asked to spar with my obviously raw magical ability with Wanda. So I'm going to spar with my obviously raw talent of magical abilities."
You shouldn't have done that. You pushed the button.
I feel like something I said got lost in translation here.
That it did. Ruin keeps carving away.
Tyler's just sitting there fiddling his thumbs like, this is gonna be interesting.
You see Celine stop and kind of turn to Wanda, and Wanda, you agreed to this.
It was my idea actually.
This was
You
your
know.
idea to spar with her. Yes, Mother, it was her idea to spar with me.
This is
little
gonna hurt.
joint exercise to facilitate team unit cohesion or something, right? Yes.
Mhm.
We are
Or
getting
something.
to know each other like warriors.
And she kind of walks over to you and says, "As we're aboard a ship, of course there would be no damaging spells, correct?" "Of course, Mother. I would not dare harm the Sky Sword." Okay.
Ruin literally gonna let out a groan at that.
And what type of combat is this for spells? This is going to be to the first one that falls, or is going to be spell for spell?
Uh, I will leave that up to Avarice, I suppose.
We can go
My
spell for spell until someone can't cast or they're unconscious.
I mean, my spells aren't really anything that are damage dealing. So,
In that case, I won't use any damaging spells with my clearly raw talent.
She won't let that go. She
Nope.
won't let
Nope. Mm-mm. Like,
I,
It'd be like
Okay,
if you told Vegeta that he has some basic fighting ability.
you're like, Goku's so much. That's like
Feel
Goku
like-
was poised and trained in the martial arts.
Mhm.
Vegeta just got Saiyan training.
okay, comrade, the way you keep saying that, I feel like you are only taking the worst possible interpretation of what I said. You know I wasn't insulting you, right?
Of course you weren't.
Cool.
Ruin's literally gonna look at Talu. It's gonna hurt. But if she says it's not, it's gonna hurt.
I mean, she did say there would be non-damaging spells.
Oh, there's other ways to hurt.
I mean, true, but I feel like never mind. I don't care. I just as long as Wanda walks away alive, I think things will be fine.
Remember what she did to Artemis whenever they first met?
What did she do to Artemis?
Freaking.
Charm
Control.
person.
Yep.
I mean, Talu did the same thing, but I don't think anybody really knows that.
Ruin wasn't there.
Well,
Yeah.
Wanda will take her spot and take her ready stance.
Mhm.
And Sharingan activated. Let's go.
Okay, and Savras kind of stands there. You see her kind of like breathe and begin to clear herself. And Celine says, "Then I will officiate this match, and if it goes too far, I will end it." Is that clear to both of you?
Yes, Professor.
And Yabra says, "Of course, Mother. You are merely doing your job. Nothing to worry about with my raw talent."
Very raw.
And with that,
That's coming out nice.
Celine kind of stands there and says, "Commence. Roll initiative."
Initiative.
Fast is the boat going? The
The ship traveling currently, roughly around 200 miles an hour.
I'm sorry, what the fuck?
damn.
Yeah.
I mean, when Seryu is controlling it, he can use. Well, you don't know how the ship works, but there's a reason why he has to captain it to get it to go this fast.
I know it is a
Ludicrous
powerful ship, so I wouldn't question anything about it. I mean,
I would say while the landscape is moving quickly outside of it, you're not moving quickly.
That is a 23.
Okay.
quickly. Like we can't feel the movement, is what you're saying?
Yeah, you don't feel the movement.
Okay.
You can see it, but it doesn't feel like you're moving at that rapid pace. All right. So with that, what are you doing?
Putting myself with Cat's Grace and actually my whole Sharingan thing. I want to activate just that whole like cluster.
Okay. So you can activate that together where you have your enhanced abilities.
which is freaking what was it again? Cat race of her and something else.
Do you remember?
I do. Just give me a second. I was
Okay.
trying to. Yeah, it was Cat's Grace, Detect Thoughts, and um, Blur Movement.
Very true. So with all that, you have that all activated.
Take a defensive stance, and then I'll take a defensive stance.
Can you do all that?
Turn. I can.
Cool.
And so with that, you see Avarice kind of wave one hand and she had her arms crossed. Make a will save.
Okay. My will is high. Is a +6, +4 against negative energy.
That's how high your will is?
Yeah.
Why is mine so high?
Druid.
Is this a charm or fear effect?
It is not a charm effect or a fear effect.
Okay. Then that would be a 16.
16 total.
Yes.
Okay. You go to do that, and as you hear people like speaking around, suddenly you lose the ability to understand any language or speak at all in any language.
Ooh, I know that spell.
Mm-hmm.
Silence.
Nope.
Nope, asphasia. You
Yeah.
render the target unable to understand any language, including spoken language, written language, sign language, gestures attempting to mimic crew language, even true
Damn.
speech and telepathy. You are unable to communicate, use command words, cast spells with verbal components, or use any abilities that require language, including your bardic abilities.
I think that's it.
Wow.
Oh,
I think you
are
just
wrong.
lost.
That is actually a spell that I've been thinking about taking.
Wow.
I like that one.
That's just.
But you're a samurai, right?
I'm an Eldritch Knight.
It does have a easy counter, but it's a level 1 spell.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
What is the easy counter? What do you mean by that?
It has a counter spell, which is the spell Tongues, which basically does the opposite of that. It lets you speak and understand any language for a little while.
But how are you supposed to cast?
Somebody can cast that on you, or if you have Tongues already cast on yourself, it automatically counters that spell.
Okay.
So I've just got to physically grasp, which is cool because that's what I was planning to do anyway. So I'm a rusher at this. Wait, is she done?
I thought it was magical.
Yeah.
I mean, she did say you want to have a magical duel, but you can try to rush her. I mean, a duel is a duel.
Wait, was it not?
It can be. I mean, you said a magical duel, but a magical duel also can involve physical violence.
Wait, was this not a physical sparring match?
Oh, it wasn't clarified that you couldn't use physicality. You said it was a magical duel, and magical duels do have physical violence. But that's all she does, and she like recrosses her arms.
She's such a teenager, bro. Like, how old is she?
Avarice?
Yeah.
I mean, she is a dark elf, but she's technically 24.
Nothing.
She's
else.
hella gonna outlive me.
So maybe she is like very childish. I don't know. I don't know how that works. You've
That's
still
like
been alive
nothing
for
else
24
matters.
years, though.
I mean, technically, dark elves are generally considered. I forgot what their general range is for growth, but she would be considered basically a baby.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. She's a baby.
Okay. All right.
I
That
must
Uh,
I think adolescence is in the hundreds.
Yeah, generally, I think it's like 120 is when they're considered adolescents.
100. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know how that works.
But with that, it is your turn. She did not choose to move at all.
I am going to rush her and hit her with touch of grace.
Okay. Roll a touch attack.
Wait, so how old is her mom?
How old is who?
Ooh,
Celine?
at 20.
Okay, a natural 20. That would beat her touch AC. So, what's the will save for that? If it has a will save.
Touch of Gracelessness is actually a Fortitude saving throw, and it's a 16.
Oh, fortitude. Ooh. All right, let's see what she got. Mhm. Well, that's a pretty high one. She got as a total a 21. Actually, let me double check. Yeah, she got a 21 total. 18 plus 3.
Okay. A successful Fortitude, it halves, so she still takes. Let me roll real quick.
Go ahead.
Let's see. I do. Target takes a penalty. Dexterity equal to 1d6 plus 1 per 2 caster levels. So 1d6 4 plus 2 per caster level. My caster level is
As a bard, you have 7
7
levels, so that's a plus 3.
plus 3. So 7 half. So you take what? 3, 4?
4?
3. Yeah.
You
It's
rolled a 7 total, so it's either
Ah.
going to be a 3 or a 4.
It would be 3.5. We'd roll it up to 4. So you do 4 points of damage to her dex. Hmm. Yes, no, maybe.
Yes, yeah, 4 points of damage to her dex.
Okay.
That is
Ooh, she takes that down. Let's see how that leaves her with her abilities. All right. So she accepts that as it adjusts her. And with that, she looks at it and says, then let's end this. And she is going to. Actually, she's going to be a whole ass about this now that I think about it. Let me double check. Without unfolding her arms or hands, you need to roll a will save if she doesn't move physically or say anything as she casts a spell.
okay. I'm sorry, what'd you say to do?
It's a
Will
will
save.
save, please.
A will save?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she's going to actually use her arcane points for this, too.
Six.
It's never been a
That's a
girl.
24.
24 total.
Yeah.
All right. You do not succeed.
With that 24? Yeah.
I mean, it is close, but she technically used her points to increase the DC because she wanted to make sure it would work, and she has a lot of points.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, when you can do that, yeah.
Yeah, this is one of them things where it burns up her points that she can use on other stuff, but I mean, she doesn't need the rest of her points for anything else at this point.
The day's
Let's see.
Wait.
Pretty much.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
she needs to make a will save for my anticipate thoughts.
Okay. That's a good point.
It's not a high one, though, I don't think.
She got a 26.
Yeah, she beats that easily then.
Oh, yeah, she got a strong will. With
Which-
that, all of a sudden, you. Actually, it's coming to your turn. You need a fortitude save.
Fortitude.
Mm-hmm.
That's 23. Is this against the negative energy
Nope.
or anything like that? Okay. Is it against positive energy?
It is not.
Okay.
With that, you suddenly feel like you cannot breathe. You are staggered. And you are struggling to draw breath as if you were an asthmatic. Like you feel yourself attempting to breathe, but you cannot seemingly take a breath.
Oh, she sucked the air right out of you.
Wait, do I recognize this spell? Cause
Spellcraft?
do I have spell? I don't know if I have spellcraft.
I mean, everybody. If you don't have spellcraft, and
Yeah, I
you don't, if you didn't have it, you wouldn't be able to recognize the spell.
But yeah, I got this one.
Because you can spellcraft any spell you can see easily.
Okay.
It could be a total of what's it, 18 plus 7?
That's 25.
That
Then you are able to see that this is the spell Phantasmal Asphyxiation.
Anyway, is this the thing that Tempest cast on us?
29, so I would have been able to figure that out as well.
Also,
Okay,
as you would know that a target must succeed at a will save or believe it can no longer breathe, an affected target must attempt a fortitude save each round at the beginning of their turn. The first time they fail a fortitude save, they're staggered until the next time it attempts a save against the spell. If the target fails a second fortitude save, they fall unconscious for the spell's remaining duration. The target breathes normally while unconscious.
I thought this was the one I used on Sin.
No, the spell Tempest used on us was actually suffocate. We would have died. This
Yes.
won't kill Wanda.
Completely different. That's mass suffocation.
Okay.
Wait, when did Tempest do that to us?
When we teleported in behind him when he was taking care of Naomi, right before her amnesia.
Yes.
We all teleported in with the spell scroll I had with Wanda's help, and he immediately just turned mass suffocate, and we were like, no, friend, but
Ruin was the only one to, aside from Artemis, that was able to succeed that.
Yes.
Everyone else dropped as soon as it happened.
So yes, you are currently still conscious, but you consciously realize you cannot breathe. And you are staggered, which gives everything that you have a -2 penalty, I believe. Double check.
-2.
Oh no, you can take a single move action or a single standard action, but not both. And you can't do any full round actions. Yeah, staggered is that shit. So she's still standing right in front of you. You can either choose to use an action or you can choose to move, but you can't do both.
Can I... That staggered does what again? Because we're -2 to...
No, it means you can only take one action, whether it's a move action or a standard action. That's it. So you can like attack or cast a spell, or you can move. You said what?
I said I can't cast any spells, so I'm thinking I'm going to attempt.
Oh yeah, I forgot because of the whole asphyxia. You can't cast spells.
Yeah, that's
It's a serious combo.
stellar job dismantling my ability to do shit. Like honestly,
I
that's
mean,
cool.
magic dueling is kind of what she does. But yeah, she's right there, so you can swing at her.
I'm a chokeholder.
Okay, CMB check.
In third 19, bro.
Nice. What's your total? That should be enough for her though. Oh yeah, that beats her CMD already.
Yeah,
so you immediately grab her into a chokehold.
Can't breathe. You can't breathe. What now?
That's hot.
It's like, what the hell are they doing?
I think they're hugging aggressively.
And with that, she's going to cast this defensively. Let's see if she can do that.
We're bonding.
Very true. Defensively, to do this means that she has to hit a DC 21 on our will saves. That, oh yeah, she easily makes that. All right. All of a sudden, while you are holding on to her, let's roll a D100 and see what happens. 50% up goes through.
Not
Oh. Okay, so let's see. Dun, 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 dun. I should read this fully and know that it is.
Can I? I have a question.
Yes.
So, burning sperm harm.
Mm-hmm.
That's an immediate action.
Yeah.
Does that mean I can do that? Would that count as the one action I can do, or is that a totally different?
Technically, that would also count as your one action.
Okay, then.
All right. From what you can see here, while you're holding her, all of a sudden, while you're gripping her neck, she becomes almost intangible, and you seemingly just collapse in on yourself as she seems to blink out of existence. You can still see her, but she looks translucent.
Yeah, just 4%.
With that, though, it is your turn. I need another fortitude save.
That'll be total.
How much?
A 19 total.
And you all see Wanda suddenly lose her footing and drop unconscious behind Avarice, who kind of looks down and sees that Wanda has fell and just begins to walk forward. And as she does, she kind of seemingly falls back into place and everything like that, and seemingly solidifies. And you hear Celine says, and the duel is commenced with Avarice as the winner.
Tala will go and wake up Wanda.
I guess do a little clap like, yay! Congratulations.
I did learn some shit.
You attempt to wake her up, but Wanda does not wake up yet.
Is her pulse there?
Yeah, her pulse is still there. She's breathing normally. She's just knocked out still.
She's taking a nap.
Wanda wakes up in, let me count here, about a minute and a half.
Okay.
You come to kind of shaking still, so you're still a little wobbly, but you're okay.
I gasp back to life and very, very nice. Now I lay back down, stuff my head back down on the deck.
All right.
Good shit.
And with that, some of the kind of troops and stuff kind of laugh and kind of clap and things like that. Avarice just goes and walks back downstairs.
Nope. Well, there she goes.
She still has to go discipline her teammates who are about to fight each other to cut that shit short. But yes.
Did I finish my little stick thing that I was, or the detailing of it, or the pendant for Sin?
I would say by now you've probably gotten pretty close to the end of it, depending on how much you want to normally have done for it.
All right. Well, I'll just keep going at it. Then I'll probably get downstairs and just carve while I'm walking downstairs.
Easy enough for you to do. As you all begin to kind of pull yourselves in for the evening.
That was what, 5 moves?
Yeah, about half a minute.
Yeah, it's about 30 seconds or so.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, Ruin's just headed back to the galley. Finish carving.
All right, easy enough for you to do. Head back to the galley. Avarice, of course, went back to her room. Are you all doing anything or going back to your room for the evening?
I'm gonna
Uh,
finish up my what I want to say. I know what I want to say. I'm hoping I get to say it. And then trying to turn in early so I have all the sleep that I hopefully can before we meet the queen.
yeah, I think Tyler would just be like not crowding, but just kind of hanging around, basically keeping Wanda within eyesight to make sure Wanda's fine.
And Wanda's like breaking down the fight and like what all happened, and yeah, I'm genuinely impressed. They've really come a long way, and
Oh.
that was.
So
Let's see. All that's going down on top deck.
Yeah. What time is it?
In game, ideally for you all, it would be about the time that would have took about 9 o'clock.
Go to bed early so I can wake up and watch the sun come up.
Nice. Get that last final sunrise.
No, no, I don't, no.
Okay, so that's one down early. Sin planning to hit the bed early. Wanda going over the fight with Talu right there talking. Make sure that you're okay.
Oh yes, I am fine.
I just wanted to make sure. You fell, and I went, could have hit your head. Also, you look like you were gasping for air.
Yes, suffocating is that was scary.
I imagine I did something similar to Sin, and honestly, I didn't want to do it, but it was either that or a possibly worse situation.
On the bright side, you realize that the spell doesn't actually stop a person from breathing. It just stops them from thinking that they can breathe.
Oh yeah, I know. Tyler would let one know. It's, by the way, you were still breathing. It's just the spell it convinced you that you weren't. The spell I did actually does take the breath out of the person.
So it was so that's basically an illusion spell.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's mind affecting. But you still had the ability to breathe. She just made your mind think that you could not. Kind of like a Charles
Hypnosis.
Xavier messing with you and telling you can't breathe. And when your
Well,
conscious brain shut down, you were able to breathe again.
Okay.
So ideally, it was the most debilitating spell she could use on you without actually harming you, because even at its worst, it just leaves you unconscious.
I think he's just confused because he asked if it was mind affecting.
Asked if it was a charm spell or what was the other one?
Or
Fear.
mine.
Charm or fear.
Charm or fear. It's not a
Well,
charm
there
or fear
was
spell.
one that I asked if it was charm or fear, but then there was the other one which I asked if it was mind affecting too.
The
or
first
more-
one?
That was the first one.
Oh yeah, asphyxia. Asphyxia is. Let me double check. It is
Well,
mind. Yeah, that one was mind affecting.
Because
You
I would
couldn't
have had
cast any
additional
Oh,
plus of resistance to that, but okay.
that's my bad. Yeah, those were both mind affecting. The second time when you only said charm or fear, I was like, no, it's a mind affecting one, but it doesn't have a fear effect or a charm effect to it. It's considered an illusion spell. Because
See,
it
so that wouldn't
doesn't
have worked on
technically
Ruin.
do anything to you, it just makes you think something's been done to you. The
Got
first
you.
one was enchantment, so that was on me. She did use up half of our arcane pool against you, though.
No, I'm like
Can we rewind it?
honestly, Wanda was genuinely impressed with that because like you just knocked out my ability to do shit, and then and then basically placed a time limit on the fight, and then ensured that I couldn't do the only other thing I could do, which was get physical with you. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things. A lot of stuff she has is more debilitating in that way, but it all depends on having a strong will save. So she has a very strong intelligence modifier that allows her to have a higher DC for most of her spells. But their savers suck. If you save, then doesn't shit happen.
Yeah, yay!
Plus, she does have some other things up, like she has constant detect magic, so she knew what spells you already had cast. Cause Drow Noble shit. They have a lot of inherent abilities.
Takes time to give her good game, you know?
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. If you go to tell her that, it's fine. And she was forcing the two boys to then stop and to realize they were fucking up.
Tali would still be there, by the way.
Yeah, easy enough. She doesn't seem to have an issue with y'all. She's just as long. It's one of those ideas like as long as you don't get in the way of me running my team, y'all fine to be around. But the second y'all be like, I don't think that's right, that's when you become a problem. She is becoming a dictator.
Luna wants to eat before she goes to sleep, though. I don't know if she's done that already. I don't think so, though.
Okay, that's easy enough to be able to go do. The galley is on the same level as your rooms, it's just on the other end of the ship.
Nice.
Probably catch Ruin whittling away.
Oh yeah, Ruin seems to be deep in carving and whittling something out. This coming to turn into, starting to take shape into something kind of nice from whatever he's carving with a lot of detail and care.
I'll be back.
Also, an eye, which would have. It's whatever.
I was gonna say is get Kith still dressed the same way?
Yes.
So it's always gonna be like, oh, cool. So that is the normal look. Okay, gotcha. Cool.
Yes, these are my workout clothes.
So you were with Luna trying to get a workout in? I don't think I've seen her work out too often.
I was suggesting that we have sex, and she seemed to hesitate.
Oh, that kind of workout. Cardio. Cool.
So glad I'm not there.
But maybe I will ask again, as it merely seemed an inopportune time with you asleep in the room.
Yeah, please. I mean, even if you just wake me up and ask me to leave, I'd be cool. I get it, you know, hormones and needs and the such, but yeah, I'd rather not be there.
Understandable. I will remember that for the future if there should be a next time.
I mean, I'm rooting for you.
You see Cat just kind of look wide-eyed like, you were going to have sex with Luna? Well, I am not a team leader and she is not a team leader. We have no conflicts.
Gang. I see no problem with it either. No. I mean, only that he just wants to jump straight to sex. That's a little problematic to me. Like, get to know me first, bitch. But like, you know.
You were staring at this man throwing dice about, am I about to do this in front of Talu or not?
Because I was given I was offered it, you know. It was in my face. It's like being on a diet, you know. You don't want the food. You're not gonna go get the food. But if somebody,
I don't know what you're talking about. I fail at my diets every time.
But if somebody offers you food, it's different. You know, you feel.
I mean, he technically was offering you
The food.
I know, exactly, in both ways. So, like, yeah, I know, I get it.
He
It's
was throwing
harder.
that chili soap on a plate.
It's harder, you know. I had to. It's okay.
I would say, if Abbas would have done that to Ruin, Ruin probably would have failed his save on that and would have done it.
The universe
I
decided.
mean, all I ask, I think Talu's gonna have to like tell everybody like, look, I know I sleep in sometimes. Wake me up and ask me to leave.
No, Ruin ain't thinking of that if that happens to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wake up. You wake up in the middle of the room, like, "What's up, bro?"
Look, at least the player considered you. Okay, she
I know.
was about to not. She was about to not. She was about to do whatever the fuck she wanted to. But yeah, I have your back. It's okay. It's
That
alright.
was still funny. I love the whole scene.
And I'd say,
Me too.
Ruin, you would see that Zanzanik comes walking down through the galley as he seems to be looking for you. And he kind of gives you a bow and says, Lady Avarice has asked if you would join us in her room.
All right. Ruin will pocket his little carving and put up his tools.
Mm-hmm.
How's it going, Zanzanik?
Everything is well, Ruin.
Speaking so formal to me today. What's going on?
There is no problems. Everything is as it should be. I found a new piece.
Fine.
All right.
And as you walk back towards the room, you can see that Avarice is not in the room, but there is a shimmering black door with gold outline that's sitting there kind of a foot off of the ground with the door open, which looks like it's into her mansion.
In there?
Yes, Lady Avarice has been staying in her mansion as she says that these beds are beneath a woman of her station.
Huh. Okay. I guess I'll see you guys on the other side.
We were not offered to enter the home. We cannot see the door.
Well then, I guess I'll see you when I'm back.
We shall be here keeping watch.
All right. Hi everybody. Hi Cat.
You see Zach and Kat kind of both give you a kind of quick nod.
Bye, Ruin.
Like you're gonna die or something. You'll be okay. You'll be fine. You got this.
Ruin doesn't trust himself. They go into the door. I guess he'll go in and he'll close the door right after that.
Of course. As you do this, see like there's little air servants, a wisp of air that kind of float around, seem to be waiting to see if you need anything.
I'm good.
Seems to be one that's a bit bigger than the rest. It seems to stand in front of you and kind of turn away, and then seems to float towards the grand staircase from in front of the man door up to the second floor.
It's like, I guess I'll follow it.
And as you do, you get up to the second floor. You can see that it seems to be waiting for you there next to another door off to the left side.
Okay. I guess I'll knock at the door.
It opens the door.
Well then never mind. I don't have. I will still knock on the door as I walk in. Hello.
And as you walk in, you see it kind of float in behind you and close the door. And you can see that there seems to be some type of very nice Zanzos-styled suit that seems to be sitting there in a kind of dark red and black.
It's like, is this anything like that monkey suit that he had to put on the last time?
Similar to the one that you wear in Zanzos.
All right. I guess Ruin will. I guess I'll get ready. Grab the suit. And, I guess clean up and change.
Yep. And when you do, the wisp that seems to be walking with you then turns towards another door that seems to be on the far opposite side of the room.
Shirt, damn, cummerbund, column, crap.
Yeah, and as you walk through the other door, you can see this seems to lead into what looks to be some type of grand dining hall where there is a long table where Avra seems to be sitting in this black and red matching gown at the far end.
Do I have to sit on the opposite side, or do I go all the way over there?
I mean, that's what would Ruin do?
I'm looking toward the wisp, and I'm asking the wisp, do I go here, or do I go all the way over there?
You see the wisp is kind of sitting at the table that's at the chair at the end of the table, even though it looks like this table could fit about 20 people.
Such a huge table. I guess I follow the wisp. I look toward Everest. I go, do I sit here?
Which you realize when you yell it out, your voice tends to echo in this room, as it seems to be made out of white marble with gold highlights. And you see the wisp kind of agitatedly kind of like pointing at the chair.
All right, got it.
And once you sit down, you hear Avarice like she's sitting right next to you and says, if you're sitting in the seat, you don't have to yell. You only have to think about who you want your conversation directed to.
Oh, okay. Oh, hello.
Hello, Ruin. I've missed you.
And now you. How have you been?
I've been busy, but that's good.
Stay busy. I know everyone's been training a lot.
Yes, they're almost ready.
Almost ready.
Yes, they're almost ready to be the top team at Aegis Academy. You all just returned a little sooner and changed my plans.
Is that a bad thing?
I'm not worried about it. It's just a difference.
Okay.
And with that, you see that a meal seems to be being brought out, where there seems to be roasted duck a la orange and a dripping orange sauce.
At this point, Ruin's like, remember what sin taught you. Remember what sin taught you.
Out in, top to bottom.
Yeah, seems to be a light soup that is prepared to the side. And you see that in an almost rainbow around you, there's a duck. There seems to be a roasted ham. There seems some type of wild pheasant. There seems to be some type of seasoned bread rolls, along with something that akin to mac and cheese and some type of, as you can assume, is some type of layered dessert, kind of like tiramisu.
That's a lot. Avarice dear, why are you so far away?
Oh, this is just the way that the tables in my home are set, so it's just what I'm used to.
No. Still getting used to the whole table thing.
You'll have plenty of time to get used to it. As a royal consort, you'll have to be looking after the children, so you'll be comfortable to teach them their manners and things of that nature.
Oh, yay. I get to learn together with them then. Or hopefully I'll have it all taken care of beforehand.
You can just hear her kind of giggle and laugh. I'm glad that you're so willing.
Say, I know I've been studying bits and pieces of what I can about the Drow Society. If there's anything else I should possibly learn.
Well, there's a couple of different factions. I know in Wildmount there's Drow that they're really religious about that. The Luxon is their religion. We don't have that. We've just independently broken off from them and from Loth, and we're our own people. A monarchy unto ourselves. And now you get to be a part of it. And one day after we graduate, we'll be able to go home, and you'll see where everything's set up, and we'll be in the castle, and we'll be able to spend more time together.
Everyone starts thinking. He's like, "Am I gonna be restricted in flying?"
You won't have to be restricted at all.
Okay, so I can still fly.
You'll be able to fly all that you want. I'll make sure of it. And then you'll even have your own bodyguards. Either half of Team Darkspell that you want.
Wait, bodyguards? Why would I need a bodyguard?
Because you'll be my consort, of course.
It's kind of weird thinking about that since I'm normally the one at the front, always fighting.
Very true, but you are more valuable than they are, so they are there to protect you.
So I have to get used to adjusting to that too, I guess.
Very much so. It might be, depending on how long it takes Adam to come to terms with everything, it might be better that Get Kith and his team look after you.
Oh. I thought Adam and I were friends. It was like...
Oh, Adam hates you with a burning passion.
I was like, but why? He shared so many secrets with me. Why would he hate me?
He hates you because he thinks that you stopped his chance for freedom. Silly boy.
Wait, what?
If he was able to win the contest, he made a deal with my aunt and grandmother that he would get to have his own freedom and make his own choices and decisions, and would no longer be bound to my house or my service.
So is that why he was so adamant and not talking to me?
I'm not sure what his plans were. He wouldn't share them with me. It was just an agreement that was made, and I was ordered by my grandmother that we would not interfere unless Adam asked for our help. Otherwise, had we actually had to fight, I'm sure that we would have been able to beat you all.
So you're saying I took away his freedom?
You helped him understand that his future was not what he thought it was.
I'm sorry. Wrapping my head around this is a lot. Ruin's literally gonna start rubbing his temples. Just like his freedom was taken from him. It's a bad thing, right?
Well, it's the freedom that he already never had. His family owes mine their servitude and loyalty due to their ancestor, indefinitely until they're released from it.
But can't you release him?
I could release him, but why would I?
Well, that's like, I mean,
As
why would
she's continuing to eat her meal, as she apparently prefers the duck. When Adam has done something worthy of being released, it can be something considered, but he has done nothing yet. If anything, his servitude has been fairly lackluster, especially since we've arrived at Aegis.
You know, then what would be worthy then for him to get his freedom? Ruin will, I guess, start with, Pheasant.
He could do something such as save my life or someone that I care about. He could do some great service to Xanzos. After a number of years of quality servitude, he could be released. Though that's one that is yet to happen in any case, shape, or form.
Okay, so then that means you would have to save someone you care about or you yourself to gain freedom then.
Yes, that would be the life for a life. He owes his servitude because his life was spared, and now that servitude is owed back to my family.
Okay. Ruin is making mental notes right now.
Right. But that's enough talk about Adam. Now, I'm thinking that once we are married, we can do summers in Hearthstone for a while, but we can do the winter months in Zanzos.
Hearthstone and Zanza. So it'll always be underground, correct?
Yes, yes, of course. Unless we have to travel for any reasons to be dignitaries in another land, but in general, our kingdoms will be underground.
At this point, Ruin's gonna kind of stop, sit back in the chair, and look up toward the sky, or what would be the sky.
Oh yeah, there's huge French windows next to you all that kind of show into this open expanse of what you it looks like a beautiful grassy outland, but it doesn't really exist.
So I wouldn't see the sky again.
Well, you can see a fake sky through the windows.
Yeah, but Ruin himself is thinking, so I
Mhm.
wouldn't see the sky again.
Hmm.
Feel this fresh summer rain or anything like that again, would I?
Unfortunately, you probably would not. At least not until the children were well enough to take care of themselves and be assigned their own protector. Ideally, it'll be someone from House Ivern, but that may come and go.
That Ruin will slowly become oddly silent at this point.
Hmm. She begins to talk about the different things that she's been doing training wise, the way she's getting the teams to mesh and merge together and move as a unit, how in sync they're starting to become. Though there is the former tension between Adam and Get that she still needs to resolve somehow, but beyond that, things seem to be going perfectly well.
I mean, if they're constantly wanting to fight, why not just let them?
Because they're skilled enough that one could kill the other either way, and that would lose me a resource that I cannot afford to lose.
Well, then, can you put them in the arena and that little bubble thing that makes it do non-lethal damage that they did for the contest?
That could be possible, but I don't believe that a fight will resolve their issues at all. I believe that they merely need to come to terms with their current situation. And I think that them running from it and trying to manifest it in this stupid fighting is only their way that they know how, and that is not acceptable to me. So they will do things my way, or they will do things my way. It's just taking a little bit longer than before, but I'm sure that it's not going to take much longer for them to understand this once and for all.
That's pretty neat, I guess. Or very understandable in a way.
Of course. And she goes in laughing, talking about some politics or the type of different colors for the wedding she's picked out with Varumi. She's going with the purple and gold motif.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I forgot your girlfriend's getting married. Whole thing.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And as that time passes on, she says, and tonight we can celebrate that tomorrow I'll be meeting the Queen of Whitestone herself and be able to forge our alliance.
Oh, so you're gonna be meeting the Queen too?
Of course. I'm not coming all this way and not meeting Queen Vexalia Vox Machina. They're like the actual cool version of my family that's been adventurers.
Say, they're pretty fun to hang around with. They're King and Queen of Whitestone.
No, I can imagine. I heard the whole little scandalous little tidbit about my uncle and the Queen.
Scandalous. So is that what everyone Pike and them were saying whenever they said they were family?
And she kind of pauses for a moment and says, Oh, that's wickedly funny. Well, yes, it seems possible that my uncle may or may not have impregnated the Queen of Whitestone, who's a married woman.
So is that why he's always so adamant about going back to Whitestone whenever we want to go?
Oh, I'm sure that my uncle has his own daddy issues to deal with, that dealing with my grandfather, but he may have his own parenting issues that be too complex.
Oh yes, Zaku.
That's why
Ruin's
Sprada
gonna.
looks after all these surrogate kids as his own way to deal with his own traumatic past, or at least that's what I believe, and what my father believes.
I don't get why a father and son have to fight.
Apparently, it's some old prophecy that's been handed down throughout the generations.
Yeah, I've heard numerous occasions. Still don't understand it though.
I mean, I can believe that it's stupid, but if it gets rid of my old bastard of a grandfather, then so be it. It's one less racist old elf in the world.
Okay. Pretty neat. I guess I don't think I've told you yet, but apparently Sin and I met a pirate lord.
Oh, really? Do tell.
I don't know. We were just in I guess the Temple of Caden Kalen, and for some reason everyone avoided her, especially amidst the bar fight.
A female pirate lord. Did she happen to wear a lot of green?
Yes, you did.
Ah,
Really nice.
the Jade Shadow. I've heard that she's quite beautiful, actually.
She got like a whole bunch of. She has a bunch of foresight, especially about reading people and what they're gonna do next.
Ooh, I like that.
And I'll say then. What is it? We got into a fight, Angelus and I, against one of the other pirate lords. I think his name was Zaku.
Zaku? It doesn't ring a bell.
I can't remember his name. He has a dog now called Snowwinter.
Oh, Zero. Oh. Wait, was his name Zero? No, that's my uncle.
Yeah, I would say I think that's your uncle's, which I owe him a favor.
That's me think. I can't remember what his name is, but I know the one you're speaking about. He has the really large wolf thing.
Yeah, Zaku. He's a pirate.
Ah, Zaku. He is nice.
Yeah, we almost killed his dog.
Oh, well, that's no good. You can't go killing someone's dog.
We were in a fight pit, and Angelus almost died. It was pretty interesting.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time.
I think that's the most interesting people we met when we were away.
And you hear her say, so what have you and Sin particularly been up to? It seems that there's something going on there.
Actually, I didn't spend a lot of time with him. Surprisingly, I've been busy with training, and I was hanging around with Wanda. I guess we went into a tomb.
Oh. Okay. Well, dungeoneering is part of our training.
So we did that, and met a bunch of little kids.
Well, children sounds nice. But you're sure there's nothing different or weird with Sin? Because he seems different now. And I can't place my finger on it.
I don't see anything different with Sin. He's been the same ever since.
He normally used to drop his shoulders when he walked around, but now he's walking with his chest held high, meeting someone's gazes in their eye.
I would say, I guess he finally found his calling, or he's got like he found a path. I guess it's what he wants.
Interesting. Well, I must keep an eye on him. He is the competition after all. And she kind of laughs like she made some type of joke. And then she kind of like stops through eating like a partial of her meal and says, "Well, that sates things for me. Are you still hungry?"
I'm good. I think I'm done.
Good. With that, I would like to take a nice hot long bath, and then I would like to go to bed, but not sleep.
Okay.
And with that, you guys take a nice hot long bath in a huge pool that seems to be heated. And then she has this huge California king size bed with satin sheets that you guys lay down in.
Okay. I think Ruin's prepared himself. I rolled well enough for him to think that he knows what she wants.
Like, I'm going to follow along and just see what she's saying and be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to sit over here, go take a bath. And you guys spend the evening together, and that is where we will close tonight's session of Aegis Academy.
See, I got you back, Sin.
Thank you, but now I gotta sweat it out for a whole nother week. Yeah, because I get to be the one that is immediately like, all right, cool, we're gonna go in. I need you guys to do this. Avarice, you get to sit down, and then have that whole fight.
Yeah, Ruin's not gonna be a part of that one. He's just like, that's why he was like, okay.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a whole "the fuck do you mean" sit down. It'll be great.
Ruin doesn't want to break any news or give away all the secrets.
I mean, I did specifically ask you to tell her nothing about anything you might know about my recent change.
Exactly.
And Ruin wasn't technically lying. You did spend a lot more time with Wanda than hanging out with me.
Yeah, I definitely explicitly left out the nudie bar.
Also true.
He's learning. My boy's growing up.
Now,
And I watched Wanda dance.
also
That's the
true.
nudie bar.
I mean, imagine if that had been known before the duel. All right. So with that being said,
about Sin and Talu being the ones that hang out now.
true. But on the bright side, the after credit scene is a fairly simple one, as the different members of Vox Machina, a woman with bright red hair and a long autumn trail colored cloak of different colors of leaves, and a green dress high atop a mountaintop with the wind blowing, seems to receive a letter saying that she'll be needed in Whitestone come tomorrow. As he's sitting here in this fighting pit, bruised and bloodied and beat up again, as the Earthbreaker stands before him. All of a sudden, Grog is called for as a letter is handed down to him that he will be needed in Whitestone tomorrow. Signed from Pike. And all across the continent, farther away than before, a golden-haired gentleman wearing silver armor and having a helmet filled with gems receives the letter and says, "Ha ha! I get to go see my dear, dear brother in science, Percy. Dodie, take this down." As he read the letter, his eyes gleamed, and he saw that the future was bright, because he will be returning to his found family. End note. That's going to be an excellent end for that chapter. As a huge metallic robot behind him nods as it writes down what he said, and apparently in this large book. And that is the end of the after credit scenes.
Oh.
Yay, we don't have to worry about what happened to Xavier.
I mean, that's still out there.
Or Shigeru.
No,
I don't know, that's something we get to learn sooner rather than later, in the sense of firsthand, not in after credit scenes.
Yeah, that'd be something on our way back. Oh yeah, the sky sword gets shot out of the sky. What?
Fun.
Yes, indeed. It'll be great. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Right, I rolled that nat 20 for that.
That Shigeru needs Xavier out there to help him out, along with Sprada rushing out to go help him. What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, that's if Xavier and Shigeru actually run into each other. Because they're dealing with their own things.
They're totally gonna bump into each other. Roll a chance. Roll a d100. That's a 99. So yes.
I mean,
Fuck.
it would be good if they ran into each other because, like I said, Shigeru was trained by Sprada to the point of he runs into Xavier and he sees that they're both in trouble, and it's like, okay, we can do this now.
Run parallel to each other that way.
I'll talk to you guys next weekend. Have a good one.
Alright, see ya.
I'm gonna raid because although I was gonna play League, I just I suddenly just I didn't feel good for a second.
That's good. Get you some actual goddamn rest.
I think that's what it is. As these last few days, I have slept very little.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
I had a mild panic attack, so I don't know if anybody was watching the stream, but
Yeah, I saw you step away a few times.
I actually threw my headset down and ran to the living room and started looking for my oxygen meter.
Yeah, that's what I said. I saw you like walk away.
Well, definitely get yourself some rest, bro, among all other things. We call it an easier night for everything, and you guys will pick up next time. As you wake up, you will be in Whitestone at the Whitestone.
I think all will be in Whitestone. I'll be someplace else.
I mean, technically, the door to your dimension will be a Whitestone.
Yeah. See, that's the advantage of. I'm hoping. This is me, not Thin, because Thin's obviously distracted. In the sense of, yeah, sure. Alright, Everest, I'm not fighting with you right now. We're on different teams, and on top of it, I asked to come here, not you. I don't care what you think. You can come in after we've had our discussion.